no shame, I can't hear you, I'm sipping on lean. Go to 100, I feel like go to 100 in 2018. Ain't no shame, I can't hear you, I'm sipping on lean. Baby said her feet hurt, told her hit her knees. Hit your knees. This shit bigger than me, I do this shit for the team. For real. I feel like go to 100 in 2018. Ain't no shame, I can't hear you, I'm sipping on lean. Baby said her feet hurt, told her hit her knees. Hit your knees. This shit bigger than me, I do this shit for the team. For real. They say gutter, when you gon' drop that crack again? Oh, it's coming, trap house way too hot, so I'm back to rapping again. I'm back snapping again, but that don't mean I won't come whack you, man. White lady in the mall say pull up your pants, I said I can't, I got bands. Told your bitch, when I get to her house, she better not have no pants. I'm a Florida boy, I know how to call that bop, I don't know how to dance. I know how to call that bop, I don't know how to dance. I'm a Florida boy, bitch, I don't smoke no drugs, I'm smoking on plants. I be geeked up, I be booted, if they look wrong, I get to shooting. All this motion, feel like a movie, with that fire, my dog get groovy. Shout out Uzi Vert, I'm still riding around the Vert with a Uzi. Got a MILF, I fuck every Tuesday. School, you still my brother, my foolie. Never got picked on cause I'm the bully. When I went to school, they still couldn't school me. Baby girl on with love, just screw me. Say you gon' kill me, the bitch come do me. Say you a shooter out here to come shoot me. I was just dead bro, smoking a Lucy. Damn little baby, she think she juicy. If I really wanna pay for the coochie, go to 100. I feel like go to 100 in 2018. Ain't no shame, I can't hear yeah, I'm sipping on lean. Baby said her feet hurt, told her hit her knees. Hit your knees. This shit bigger than me, I do this shit for the team. For real. Feel like go to 100 in 2018. Ain't no shame, I can't hear yeah, I'm sipping on lean. Baby said her feet hurt, told her hit her knees. Hit your knees. This shit bigger than me, I do this shit for the team. For real.
Tryna ride up, wanna find her. Everything I'm about, shout it out, find her. I ain't tryna hide nothing. Every day I do is live, I am lost in the matrix. I need a facelift, driving my space. Get out my space, get out my face. I can't believe we made it this far. 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 Heaven is sky. And I can't believe I made it this far. Trying to tell you how I feel, tell you how I feel. I'm just trying to tell you how I feel, tell you how I feel. I think I'm turning down. Too much money, turn down there, turn down there. Too much money, turn down there, turn down there. We riding Broncos right through there. We riding Broncos right through there. She fucked me pronto when I call her. Ain't no stopping us, we going out here. They know we popular, they can't control nothing. I got that thing on me, I'm really blowing smoke. You know this ain't no motherfucking everything on go. This that type let the real speak, let the fake it gone. Let the fake on, let those niggas gone. Leave my ass alone. I've been on my own, I've been all alone. I fell on my face, I got up my own. I fell on my face, got up on my own. I fell on my face, got up on my own. I just left the studio, I just left the studio, did 24 songs. I've been on my shit, I've been off the grid. I can't disappear, I gotta watch my kids. I gotta watch my shit, I gotta watch my sis. Everything gets bigger, shit don't make no sense. Shit don't make no sense. I done let it so far, niggas always mad. I don't give a fuck at all, I don't give a fuck at all. That nigga I bought. Told you nigga, they ain't believe nothing at all. They ain't believe us at all. They ain't believe us at all. They ain't believe us at all.
Can't believe that we made it this far. Can't believe that we made it this far. Look mama, now your son is a star. Can't believe that we made it this far. Standing on the shoulders and guard. When life gets too hard, I think about everybody I've been scarred from. I even broke bread even though I should've starved them. I'm going out a hero, baby. Come a zero, baby. Angels calling, demons calling. I put them on three-way, baby. I've been keeping them shooters with me on payroll lately.
It get cold, rockin' diamonds in the city. Told my niggas stay solid, cause we in it. Life's a game, bitch, I'm just tryna go in it. Does anybody hear me? Anybody, while I'm flying everybody. Shit, I'll be so fucking high, I'm walking around in autopilot. Damn, she so mad, but she don't got nothing to say about it. Damn, in his bag, like I'm walking around in a Dior pocket. Oh shit, AP is on our wrist, with a bell, and she always throwing on Rick. Like she hates me, she be always saying I ain't shit. Never met someone that got the whole fucking city lit. Put my trust inside that fire, kept that shit since I was 14. My dogs name me, I can't trust no one but this 40. Try to put my people on like fuck it counted for me. He tried to get a feature, but you niggas can't afford me. Everybody for me. Swear I never go broke, you'll never meet or pour me. Swear I never know that. My bitch can't stand me, she swear I never know that. Don't think about no money, I swear I never know that. She be showing her body so much. Shit, at least she getting paid for it. Might as well be straight for it. I'm off the same for it. Feel like I'm just paying more. My wrist will rain for it. It get cold, rockin' diamonds in the city. Told my niggas stay solid, cause we in it. Life's a game, bitch, I'm just tryna go in it. Does anybody hear me? Anybody, while I'm flying everybody. Shit, I'll be so fucking high, I'm walking around in autopilot. Damn, she so mad, but she don't got nothing to say about it. Damn, in his bag, like I'm walking around in a Dior pocket.
I can't come to your party, I might come just to hurt you. Riding in a new body, all of my hoes are murdered. I just painted her face, now she part of the circus. I just bought that ear, but I ain't scratched the surface. Every time we pop, I got them bitches thirsty. Bye-bye, bye, bye-bye, I'm like Mac, yeah. I'm like Bags, yeah. Back his face, yeah. Give him that, yeah. Fuck him all, yeah. Tap my face, yeah. Eat the pussy, yeah. Say my grace, yeah. And then bread and race, and it's all red, yeah. All that bitches burn, yeah, they ass dead, yeah. Off a bird, yeah. Out my shirt, yeah. He's a jerk, yeah. Been a jerk, mama hurt, yeah. She dick jerk, yeah. I'm a reject, but I'm still jerk, yeah. Put the fucking dance till I see dirt, yeah. I can't come to your party, I might come just to hurt you. Riding in a new body, all of my hoes are murdered, yeah. I just painted her face, now she part of the circus, yeah. I just bought that ear, but I ain't scratched the surface, yeah. Every time we pop, I got them bitches thirsty, yeah. Bye-bye,
what up, baby boy? These fuck niggas ain't learned yet. I'm really in the motherfucker with this nigga right now on my mama.
Eat the pussy. I'm like Mac, yeah. I'm like Bags, yeah. Back his face, yeah. Give him that, yeah. Fuck him all, yeah. Tap my face, yeah. Eat the pussy, yeah. Say my grace, yeah. And then bread and race, and it's all red, yeah. All that bitches burn, yeah, they ass dead, yeah. Off a bird, yeah. Out my shirt, yeah. He's a jerk, yeah. Been a jerk, model hoe, yeah. He dick jerk, yeah. I'm a reach, yeah, but I'm still twerk, yeah. Push the fucking dance till I see dirt, yeah. I can't cut your body, I might cut your hurt, yeah. Riding in a new body, all of my hoes are murder, yeah. I just painted her face, now she butter the surface, yeah. I just popped her ear, but I ain't scratched the surface, yeah. Every time we pop, I got them bitches nervous, yeah. Bye-bye, bye, yeah. Bye-bye, yeah. Bye, 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 bye-bye,
What up, baby boy? These fuck niggas ain't learned yet. I'm really in the motherfucker with this nigga right now.
See ya. I'm back. Did you miss me? I've been gone. Some would say out the way. Some would say out of mind. While I've been gone, learned a few things. Made a few friends. Enemies along the way. Kidding. And I was out on vacation. Okay? So, as people know, iDubbbz dropped a content comp on yours truly, Ethan Klein. Okay? Why isn't this opening? What is happening? Okay? And so, we're going to be looking at it, okay? Now, I'm letting you know right now, I'm not watching the whole thing, okay? I'm not watching the whole thing. Now, we'll skim through it, okay? We'll look at some moments on Twitter, but I'm not watching the whole thing. I'm not watching an hour-long video. Because I know that I'll be here all day, okay? So, I was debating on, because we already had a stream prepared, okay? We already had a ton of stuff prepared. Now we're gonna do some of the stuff, but the other stuff's gonna be later now. Now tomorrow or whenever I go live next. Now I have to do all the other stuff later. I'm gonna cover this as long as I go. I can't promise how long I go. Okay. Because there's a lot, dude. I got the Sabrina Carpenter skin. Like Katy Perry went to space. She went to space. We're just going to space now. There's so much. Like, if you could see the list that I was left, it's ridiculous. Coachella, Hailey Bieber, Troy, Danny Brown, Charlie, Benny, fucking Bernie Sanders at Coachella, Dan Clancy, Rakai, and like as I was gone, and the whole world happened. Like. All these bits happen. All these episodes just ran the course. I was gone. The crust, man. All right. So, so the content cop dropped in the middle of him live streaming, and from my understanding, people don't like it. Okay, from my general consensus. Now, the topic at hand is a very touchy topic, okay? Oh my gosh, it had 56,000 dislikes. Oh, you couldn't hear me because I had it muted. No. Okay, it says 30-year-olds doing Fortnite dances and throwing up middle fingers doesn't hit. Okay. I haven't seen any of it. Oh, also, I don't know how to fix this. Oh, by the way, I'm late. I'm late because I'm trying to set this thing up. And it says starting output failed or some shit. There's like this weird thing. I don't expect, there's like a weird thing where like I can't do it. I don't know. It's annoying. Like, okay, how do I do this? How do I move this? I don't like, this is just a lingering thing now because I don't know how to get rid of it. It's annoying. I'm putting shit bottom of, okay, there we go. It's disappeared because it's now annoying. Okay. So like it was supposed to start at like 10 something, but I had so many difficulties literally just starting stream to the point where I had to pivot for a little bit. But we're back, we're here. Brings down a little bit. Nonetheless. Okay, so I haven't watched, but it's so okay, so I guess people are just saying like it's lame. Let's see. It's terrible. Right-wingers are mad at IDUBBZ because he told the fan base who clapped their hands whenever he said the N-word to fuck off and now resent him for it. And people who don't like Hassan, whenever they see him piss themselves. It's easy to brush off the criticisms right-wing. The reality is Ian lacks confidence and presented himself as a dishonest anti-Semite on behalf of its manipulative, abusive, horrible No. Okay, guys, we don't have to bring the wives into this, okay? Come on. Where do you say anything anti-Semitic in the video? Try to sweep the Arab to Jew tier list is in fact blatant Jew hatred. Please see yourself out, you little Nazi fuck. Lib here. Isn't it so cringe when people say this? Like whenever there's a thing, like when we're talking about like anything, right? They'll be like, gynecologist is here, or like astrophysicist is here. Like nobody cares, bro. Just talk. If it's true, it's true. Didn't care for it. They're trying to like establish themselves as someone with ethos, right? Didn't care for it. Felt like petty high school drama rebranded as serious issue. She said this, he didn't say this, etc. Right? I always thought that was kind of weird with, or like just in general with politics. Like a lot of people are performative in it, and it's really the result of like, you know, a lot of you know, grievances and stuff. You know, it says plus it was cringe when Ian was like, oh, I didn't get involved in other dramas because I don't want to harass, but this fizz was different somehow. I feel like every content cop is like this though. It's all petty dumb shit. Ethan Klein for the past 3 years has been attacking people on his podcast constantly. iDubbbz recognizes he made a video complaining about what he doesn't complain. Then he goes in the video, try to explain he knows he's just adding it to, he states the video is different because he's has a bigger platform than some of the people he's attacking consistently, and wants to attack him for Ethan like how he did with Leafy in a way. The end post with him and the therapist is showing that Ethan just needs therapy and not a podcast because he treats his podcast like a rant session and no one gives a fuck. Oh, I don't know that, but okay. When he puts a clip at the end of Ethan in the last describing exactly what he's doing now. Eleanor, this is all because Ethan outed you misfits as terrorist supporters. Me personally, I condemn Hamas and Israel for everything they've done to innocent people living lives, but sure, you can't hate Israel and not be racist towards Jewish people and appreciate Jew culture, you know? Oh, you can hate Israel and not be racist towards Jewish people. I'm anti-Semitic, but believe me when I say I hate Hamas I hate Hamas more because Israel doesn't want to cut my head off. Hassan has turned you all into misguided fools. Hey, look. None hits like some nice fruit punch cotton candy, you know what I'm saying? Oh, this one has, oh, it has jokes on it. Oh, let's get to the jokes. There's jokes on this, okay? I'm ready. All right. So it says, how do bunnies stay healthy? They exercise. Why did the Easter egg hide? He was a little chicken. How do rabbits travel? By airplanes. Why did the bunny go on strike? Because they wanted a better celery. How do you know that bunnies have good eyesight? Well, you'll never see a bunny wearing glasses, do you? Wait, how do you know that bunnies have good eyesight? Well, you never see bunnies wearing glasses, do you? Horrible joke. Okay. I guess they're saying with carrots, right? You eat carrots and okay, whatever. Why are people always tired of April? Because they just finished a long march. What do you call a duck who plays basketball? Slam duck. Kind of a bad one. Why is the letter A like a flower? Wait, why is the letter A like a flower? A bee comes after it. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Okay, so let's look at these right here. So apparently these guys are basically saying like that it sucks. Watching this like comes so cringe. And he was like crying at the end of it. Why is he crying? Why is he crying? Hey, there's nothing wrong with crying, but come on now. This is supposed to be a hit piece. What happened to my old iDubbbz wouldn't do this. Old iDubbbz would not be crying in a content cop. Oh, Katy Perry finally showed her set list. Yeah, apparently when she was in space, she couldn't even see this shit. Finally. How they have this is what this is what I be talking about with these capitalists and these people, man. These billionaires be having everything. They're a billionaire. And stuff still goes wrong. I'm like, how is the camera that bad? You sent your wife a bunch of celebrities into space, and then you got all the technology to make the rocket do that, and you don't have a good enough camera and lighting. That's what I be talking about. It's like, how is it not perfect? We spent $1 billion trillion on it. I don't get it. You spent tons and tons of money on it, and you don't even have a good enough camera to capture the shit. She got to come down to earth and post a picture of it. She had to come back down to earth. Like, earth to Katy Perry, bro. Earth to fucking Katy Perry. All right, let's see this content cop, bro. This shit better be lit. Hi, I'm iDubbbz, and I get dubs. You're my friend no more. You're my best friend no. All right, let's see.
Massive representation.
All right.
Destination, the beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
fucking thing in our defense, like, actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog
What the fuck is he doing? What is wrong with him?
is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do
Like, is he about to, he was about to jerk it.
here is go back.
Hey, leave it at none. There's a beat going. I'm bopping. The beat. All right. Get to it. Come on. Oh, would you look who it is? Would you look who it is?
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very
What did he just say? He didn't speak English.
important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do, because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically.
So is he using this as a like almost euphemism to basically admit to what he actually does and say, but not, so he's doing it in like a sarcastic manner, even though he does do those things? So he's kind of like trying to justify it, but really he does do those things.
And also mentally.
He said Ethan is attracted to him physically and mentally. Nigga, what? Do y'all remember that Queen Blackwell video? So, when was it? I think it was pre-election or during the election. I was basically talking about how the son was pandering to his community, etc. Went to a stream because I thought he was gonna have all the good insights. Nigga was pandering. And I realized that niggas was just dick sucking because they fuck with him, because they like him, right? And then, cause like, dude, it was a chick on it was like a bunch of chicks on TikTok, and they were just glazing this, bruh. It was glazing Hassan like crazy. Like crazy. And then the Queen Blackwell video came out where she was just like, look, we finna go to it. Cause it's not my words, you feel me? It's not my words. We finna take her words for it, you feel me? So they can't say, oh, I'm being exaggerated or what. Look.
Less edits.
I know.
Shit. Take it off.
Hungry. I haven't eaten yet today. I
She
played
was
basketball
like
all morning.
Right.
I didn't stream today. Normally I would stream. I usually stream like around 8 hours every day. And instead, I'm here to do this. Because I saw the shout out you gave to all my thirst traps on your Kamala Harris video.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even get into politics because I can barely read. I'm gonna leave that to Hassan. Hassan is so fine.
So, okay.
Oh my gosh, she put a thirst hog up there. Queen. Okay, we gotta collab. This is over. And since they commentators, like, I think they saw that, we gotta make her president.
Right. So it was me. It was my doing that make. Yep.
Yeah.
So I was calling Hassan hot on the internet, not thinking Hassan would see it all because you're in a whole different sector. You're a fucking streamer. And then I got all these TikTok notifications like, he saw it. And I was like, oh, this is what I don't like about my life. I can't just be like, oh, he gags without him being next to me, 3 months later?
So now the whole video, that's basically the whole video. I mean, she glazed in the whole video, let's be honest. Okay. Now on this, when I'm basically saying like, nigga, I would want to say at least bare minimum 10 to 20% of his audience only be there because they like him. Maybe even more. But I'm lowballing there. You know what I'm saying? So, you gotta really think about that. A good portion of your audience don't really care what you gotta say. They just like you. You know what I'm saying? They may be attracted to you physically and mentally.
I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake.
What's that one meme? The Wally meme? Joe Biden, wake up. Wake up.
Wake up.
Joe Biden.
Wakey, Ethan.
Wake up.
Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Oh, Denims, you're so hot. Denims, what the crust is Denims doing here, bro? Do you guys remember when I came on here and I did that live, that freestyle and I mentioned Denims in it? I listened to that freestyle a lot. I went, they're like I'm Denims, my nigga fingo in he talking to the live on the strangers like I'm Senna. I am a little winner. I'm talking to her, eat her shit up like cat. Wait, yeah, I eat her shit for dinner. Oh, it's so good. Okay.
This is
Continue.
no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Eggs and bacon.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up. Ah.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
Just wake up.
Wake
Joe
up.
Biden.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
So hold on. Who is this? This is Sean the Black and this is Frogan. Okay. It's like a group of weeaboos, bro.
Wake up.
These are the kids who run in the hallway like this. You ever had a kid in your school and he ran to class like that? And he had a big ass military grade book bag.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan,
You know a bunch of
wake
kids like that, bro.
Wake up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Dude, what am I looking at, bro? He is just too deep in.
Wake up.
Joe Biden, wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Oh shit.
The White House is defending its decision.
Wait, whoa.
Massive represent.
Bro, a fucking fart appeared on the screen, bro. Hold on, wait. Where's that? Give me back.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Oh,
Ethan,
dude.
wake up. Wake up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Man, fuck, it did it again.
Not gonna do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy, I love soft rumbles.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
Yo! Dude. No, he's got, dude. He's got proper technique. Look, let me tell you something. That right there, that's honestly, bro, that's peak performance. I'm gonna give it to him. He's literally gagging on Hassan's big black mic. No, he's gagging on it, bro. He is on it. Ooh, ooh. Feastables. I just had Feastables like yesterday, right? Yeah, I had Feastables yesterday. She was dope. I had the cookies and cream one. It still has a weird little aftertaste though. I think Hershey's still is better. They just had time to refine their shit. It's just way more. But like Feastables is a little bit more sweeter and creamier, but the taste hits way better. Or like the taste is more consistent with Hershey's. They've had what? How many long? 150 years or some shit to refine their shit? Come on now. Yeah, dude. Ooh, we're so cool. Get me out. Okay, so apparently niggas wasn't feeling that on Twitter, right? So let's go to Twitter because niggas wasn't feeling that on Twitter. Let's see. They was they eating them up in the comments. Oh my gosh. Look, bruh. They getting towed up. Popo down. Popo down. This is the type of thing you'd expect to see a 15-year-old post online. These people are approaching. Do any of them have kids, by the way? Like, does Denims have kids? Do they have kids? They should be looking into that. Oh man, this is why it makes the situation even more cringe. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you, but what kind of pose should you be doing in your 30s? I don't think you should be posing like this. Looks like the asylum mockbuster of Mean Girls. Dude. Oh man. Millennials are hitting peak cringe. Embarrassing if they don't think she can get a dunk on anybody. Perpetual childhood is a destroyer of nations. It screams high school. Oh man. What is that? Dude. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. What is that, bro? Oh man, that is funny. Trying to turn this down a bit. Dude, what is that, bro? Like, okay, bro. Why is this here? Oh, this is how 30 people in the village are proposing. Oh, this was a sentence. Wait, somebody just responded with something else. Oh shit. Let me see what it says. Yo. How is this violated harmful conduct? Is the guy shadow banned or something? And it's just registering everything he types as that? Oh man, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad news bears, dude. Oh man. Oh. Autism's trending. Of course it would be trending when iDubbbz makes a video. Let's see. Let's see. Bro was plotting for years. Look at that. Wow. He was ready. Interesting. Tim McRae's collabing with Morgan Wallen. Awesome. I haven't cringed this hard in a while. This is someone from XQC's community. Wow. So nobody likes them? Why doesn't anyone like them? Wait, hold on. Give me time. Give me time. Give me time. Give me time. Oh, so he was crying in it? He's crying in the video? Why is he crying? Stop crying. You don't gotta cry. It's okay. Oh, here's a clip from the show. Oh no. Oh no. So this girl, this is like I think a Destiny orbiter who apparently they said she fucked Destiny, but who knows? It says this is so genuinely sad. I feel like one of my family members is in a cult. Is this a cult? Are they in that hashtag Illuminati? Okay, let's see. I mean, shouldn't you and Dennis be friends? You both fucked Destiny and now hate him? Neither of us had sex with Destiny. I first found out about you through Destiny. I even looked up your Twitter once there was a pic of you in a bath with blood and thought, wow, Destiny had that? So, how do I, and so many other people, think you had sex? How does this myth just collectively exist in everyone's mind? Because they think any woman he speaks to lacks the self-respect to not let that wretched little penis enter them. She didn't have to eat him up like that, bro. She didn't have to eat him up like that, bro. Huge day for the unemployed. Oh, that's so good.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet, chat. I'm not gonna do a react content yet, chat.
Oh man, dude, this is just not it, bro. Lame. Dude, I'm just, oh man. Oh, it's like JRTC students, you know? Just like too old though. Like Sean the Black definitely runs down the hallway like a weeaboo.
Just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god. That is the... No, it can't be.
Well...
This is how they found out.
It actually can't be.
Dude, there's a moment... Dude, I also have to say something about this. Or not this, but about Dan, dude. It's crazy.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god. That is the... No, it can't be.
It's insane.
Well...
It actually can't be. Holy fuck, dude.
It sure is.
Oh my god.
Just released a video.
Okay. So, the other day, right? So, when I was on vacation... Okay, let me start off with this, okay? So, the other day, I was like... No. A little bit ago, like a while ago. I want to say like a month or two ago. I was noticing just like the rise in like I guess anti-Semitism, right? Like just on Twitter and just like in general, right? And I was like, and I was just like, I was finding out like, oh, this guy's Jewish, etc., right? So then I look at my last name and it says I'm Scottish. It says Lang means Scottish. It means long. In Scottish, right? Because in it also and Tang, right? Tang is thanks in Scottish dialect. And so I was like, okay, that's weird, because I literally, the only thing I know about my heritage is that previously before I knew all this, was that I was Jamaican, and that was it. Like I don't even know. So I'm gonna get into that, right? So I was looking and whatever, and then I did the ancestry.com. Okay, and then I started searching deep down the line, and started and filled in certain ones that would unlock certain ones. And there were changes in the names. The names were never the same. Like, it was almost like a different period, I guess, or like the last names were always changing. It's like, oh, that's weird. And one thing I saw, okay, I'm not even trolling, was on my mother's side, okay? It's not my mother's last name, but it went from, so like the current one is Lavette, which is a French last name. But the ones before it, okay, was Swordlove. It was Swordlove. And I'm like, what? How can this be? There's no possible way. I'm like, what are the odds? So, comes to find out, I guess somehow, like, someone in my family was, I wouldn't say a pimp, but, or like, they were somehow a pimp and they just got like a ton of girls pregnant, and one of them happened to be one of my great mothers. I don't even know which one. It's a wild generations down. And then I see like farther back, I see like a bunch of, I don't even remember because the last names are so long, but they're like something ski, whatever. And I'm looking and I'm like, oh my gosh, these are like migrated Israelis. And then that's when it hit me. Yeah. I didn't know. I had no idea. And this was like, because on both of my sides of my family, there's Jewish, Jamaican, and Scottish heritage, or no, not Jamaican. There's Scottish, Irish on both sides, and Jewish. One side is, but one side's Cherokee as well. One side is Cherokee and Indian and shit, like part Indian. Had no idea. Had no fucking clue. My whole 21 years living. No fucking clue. Until now. Impressive, right? Outstanding, some would say. Yep. So, looking at this. Shit. Where is it at? Okay, so I'm just gonna look at a few more tweets and then we're gonna get back to the video. IDUBBZ went from criticizing slob to just making it. This event post is not even entertaining. 30 minutes in and not a single sketch. Nigga, you lost the plot. I cannot believe he ended the video by crying about Hila and Anissa. This is my personal 9/11. Damn, you got a nice stable of glazers. I'm happy you exposed groomers, dog. But damn, you are toxic as fuck. Heaven forbid someone say Israel's bad. You clearly have no idea what Content Cop was. Content Cop used to be booga hit pieces back in the day. The Rice Gum one, the Jake Paul one, the other Rice Gum one, or no. Was it the other Rice? I think that he did 2 on Rice Gum, right? I think. I could be wrong. But they were like nice hit pieces. Obviously, it was kind of like kiddie YouTube drama, but it was still like good pieces, right? And it didn't call him out for like some good stuff, right? Like Rice Gum was just a flexer who would like flex on his own audience. It's kind of weird. Jake Paul was kind of the same, but he was more so just like a nuisance. That's really it. and was a huge fan of his past. Right nowadays, just feel like he's tired. I miss the old energy. I actually called his thesis on his entire feud with Rice Gum for a media literary class. It was very interesting. Wow. Okay. He might actually kill himself. Mandatory post in case he, he does to cover my ground. Okay, the most devastating part is that he's saying something generally nice about it. Double thousand narcissists a fork in the road. True. I hope he doesn't. I'm concerned for his mental health well-being. He doesn't seem to rely on his support network so much. He has to burn bridges, but it doesn't seem he's willing to engage with anything. And when he does, when he does, it's on YouTube as defensively and in as much bad faith as possible. And defensively, it's on YT as defensively and in as much bad faith as possible. See, they go in with these reiterated. They need their punctuations, man. Just these run-on sentences, man. Reading a tweet is like aneurysm for me. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, dude! Come on, bro. Remember they used to just rip it back in. They used to just rip it, no care back in the day. But the thing is, it was like normal somehow, and like nobody really cared. I don't know who's gonna kill themselves for Ether's remaining Epsteiny cultists, who have been doing insane damage control on every social media platform used for conversation and manage the LMAO. Epsteiny cultist. An Epstein cult? What? No. No, it couldn't be. Oh my gosh, what is this? Somebody drew it. Wow, what a picture. What an image, mate. Really generous with Frogan's size there. Okay, let me get back to the concept. Okay, I'm gonna get back to it. Okay, I'm gonna get back to it. I'm yapping. I'm going on. All right. He's too tired. He just got done riding his son's cock.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers, you trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem.
You can't use time as an establishment of either. Hey, dude, hey, who do you align with? I need to know. I need to know if I hate you. Who do I align with? It's almost like choosing. It's like choosing. It's like, what do I kill myself with? A noose or a gun? You know? Who do I align with? Generally, honestly, I don't even know. Right here, though, he can't use time as a, like, the truth is said no matter what. It doesn't matter if you say the truth now or if you said the truth 10 years ago. So using this is like, oh, well, he's been doing this more consistently, and it's like the imposing side doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't use this as a. We could have astrophysicist who's been doing, who's been studying for years, and then we can get a Terrence Howard to come up and spill some truth, and just because the astrophysicist says that he's wrong doesn't make Terrence Howard wrong. Just as a comparison, okay? You know what I'm saying?
The United Nations says that may be a war crime.
People change and grow. The truth doesn't. That is not true. The truth changes depending on if it's objective or not. Objectivity doesn't change. Subjectivity does. And people do change and grow, right? Everyone's a human being. Everyone goes through like bad problems or, you know. So you are right in there, but the truth can change depending on its objectivity.
Crime. It literally is.
I was just eating the toppings, and the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli, she served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer.
Right.
So this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel
From the ring
is
to the bend to
going
the
bye-bye.
king.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted
What
over
did he
the
say
years.
was not true?
So this
essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day.
When I was on vacation, I took a vacation off recently, 2 days ago. And I stayed in a Jewish community, a majority Jewish community. And everyone was pretty chill and pretty nice. It was cool though, because I saw mostly like Jewish, Amish, and like Muslim. Like it was like everyone was there collectively. Like there was no problems. They were playing soccer. They were playing basketball together. It was I seen it firsthand. I seen the harmonious nature, like the American spirit, firsthand. And the communities weren't even, there was no problem. Like, I don't know. It's my opinion.
Hey, baby fired
I saw it firsthand. Firsthand, I saw it. Firsthand.
a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking... And I'll say it, and I'll double down on it. And people... Oh, no?
No,
Did I not go there?
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help.
Ethan calling people out isn't new? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Also, iDubbbz is being hypocritical because he calls people out all the time, and that's what he got his thing for. He was known for calling people out. Using Hassan as a, like, Hassan is known for misleading his audience mostly and pandering. Like, if I'm telling you, bro, if you were there during the election and you seen, like, there was like things of like him pandering for eclampsia and like basically fighting for this infinitesimal, like, I did the stats on eclampsia. You're more likely to get you're more likely to get struck by lightning than die from preeclampsia. And this was like a crazy stat he was like trying to, like, so he was like using the sympathetic story to then, yeah, he was using the sympathetic story to gain like sympathy from his audience in order to fight his thing. He does it often. He's like a very good manipulator. But if you can't see through that, right, and you're just blinded by his looks or whatever the case may be, you just like the person, right? If you're Queen Blackwell, okay, then you're not going to see that. You're just going to be like, oh yeah, I like this person, so I'm going to agree with their opinion.
Maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism.
Dude, oh my gosh, that would be such a good, like, that would be so good to see, bro. That would be cinema.
And also, he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where...
Yeah, but that would probably be the entertaining part. I ain't gonna lie.
I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese.
So he was a part of the harassing. What is this? Oh, he's part of the, like, the snark movement, right? He's saying just only 2 years before Ethan Douglas. Oh, this was during, he was a part of the snark movement.
And a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information, and that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why?
No. No and yeah. So him saying, like, hold on, him saying that makes no sense. He's basically saying them seeing the bad things is not supposed to be what the employees do. Employees just send them what's, I'm pretty sure they just send like what's trending, what's happening. So it doesn't matter if it's good or bad news, you just send them what's good with it, right? And so it doesn't matter. What is this point? This is a pointless point. It's a stupid point.
Where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obvious.
Like, it's like I don't know, like, why did my employee tell me that someone popped my tires? Yeah, it's bad news, and I'd probably want to know that. So let me know that somebody popped my tire. I don't know.
Problem.
It's just so
if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter, looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information, and that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why?
In a sense, he has the right thing, or like he has the right idea, but first of all, he dropped the shit in the midst. This is hypocritical because he dropped the shit in the midst of them live. Second of all, like I said before, you're just supposed to, it makes no sense. Why is my employee, so he's just supposed to ignore her, blatant harass? I don't.
Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit when there's no work being put in? What
happened to iDubbbz, bro? Like, I remember the old iDubbbz was so, you know, iDubbbz almost got me like in trouble at school, because I remember one time he was like, he used to spam like saying some of the craziest stuff, and I repeated some of the stuff he said, but I was saying more as a joke, and like people took it seriously. And yeah, I got in trouble at school. It was really bad, but I learned, and obviously I'll never do it again. I don't want to say what it was, but yeah.
Who
bad.
the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research,
old iDubbbz was so good. Like, he was so good. I don't know what happened. I feel like he lost his
it
sway.
seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before.
Okay.
I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you...
Well, that's bad. He should have said something.
Don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and
Okay.
nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy's a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was
The spawn of Satan. Oh my god. What the fuck? The spawn of Satan is insane.
like that statement too. I read it when he called her kid the spawn of
Why did
Satan,
you say that?
and I was supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's
Why do you
disgusting.
forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn
Never.
of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And I
Piece
mean,
of shit of a human.
it's just incredible
I gotta be
who ends up being the
like
good guys
that.
in this story. You know, it's really something.
That's
Unfortunately,
insane.
they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trish's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time, and that there was some amount of pressure or
Little baby.
enthusiasm for you to get down with
Wow.
that. And what it sounds like to me is, follow people, we be following.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
until I found out it's
I feel
dangerous.
like-
He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely, harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like people like Anissa are the perfect example
Not
because she's
gonna
friends
lie,
with these
bro.
people.
He's
She's friends with
yapping.
Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
show that, yeah.
getting jarred up from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this take, this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators.
So is this supposed to be like, this is Hassan? Is this Hassan's content cop or content nuke? Like he's using iDubbbz, he's using him as like a filtration system to get to Ethan because Hassan's probably not that great at talking. He's not a great communicator, and so like Ian's like, I guess it is kind of a stab because it's like his old friend. I mean, it's a good play, but it's kind of a like softball. It's a softball. It's a softball. Right? It's not a baseball. It's a softball.
You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah,
But that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their houses claim they're, you know, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
Maybe.
There isn't a single person that I
There's more
respect who would
surface
give a
area,
fuck
though.
if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck.
Lapdog.
It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's
Yes, it
difficult
does.
and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get like we're a little bit past directly named.
With like standing on your principles, I've always been I've never liked that because in terms of science I mean, unless you're like 100% sure something's objective, you really have to be malleable and flexible to move when things change. Like this guy said, like the truth stays, the truth doesn't change, the truth changes, and you have to be able to be on the frontier of the moving change of the truth.
Naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the
Is
phone
what it
call
is.
and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Rogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Rogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Rogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Mord Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan.
What is this? This is such a tug. What is he doing? This is such a reach. Like this is petty. Oh my gosh, what happened to iDubbbz? iDubbbz used to have like actual bangers. Like he's using them following someone as a win. How is this? Where are the gags? Where's the it was almost like watching iDubbbz used to be kind of like a cutaway from Family Guy, but now this is just what happened. So like, okay, so yeah, they follow them. So yeah, that means that they're supposed to be no, they follow, more than likely they follow just to make sure that they have, you know, like let's say she goes private, you can see, you know, she'll probably block, right? But you go private, if she does something, you can see it, you give the notification, and or if you're just in the hemisphere of being able to see what it is, right? Like even if that is the case, right? This is just a stupid point to make. It just is.
Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Rogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because
He's glazed. This is a glaze-a-thon. It's a Hassan glaze-a-thon.
Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on Anissa's and iDubbbz feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can
Bro, using that the media is the media. Even if you don't follow the person, you're gonna see it. This is not a point. It's not a point.
To be removed or put onto it, depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan, but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular. You know, a lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think
Because nobody cares. He didn't say anything on those pods anyways.
Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick.
Theo Von's pretty funny. This guy, I don't know. The only thing I know about him is he dated Rachel Sennott. Don't know this fucker. And Jeff Wittick is the guy who lost his eye because of David Dobrik. That absolute degenerate.
And I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's going to keep that to himself because the last thing
Why did
that he wants
why did David do that? But why did David do that? What is wrong with him? He's an actual psychopath.
to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to,
He's a
they don't fuck with him.
psychopath.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my
Why
worst
would
moment
he
on
do
podcast.
that?
We talked about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke,
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore. Oh no! It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed. Yeah. And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
you don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just going to tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular.
Damn theater, Red
And
Link.
powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing around.
This guy Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb, who apparently is an producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic, and he interviewed basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to. And I want him to know that we're not going to be.
I think that's condemnable as sort of like he's using himself as a bigger reputation because it's a bigger platform, right? He's platforming them. It's okay. It's understandable. Some of these points are just not that great. I'm not
You're
gonna
being a piece of
lie.
shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
There's no way they went through and found it. Dude, that must have taken a while.
Yes. There's no point. Let's leave. Yeah, there's no need. Yeah. I don't. But shit, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'm pedophile. What the eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer than me. Yes, please, I want to give you I'm a video, please, guys, please.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it was that big a deal. Of all the things,
Anywho.
it always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with QB Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Hila were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know, that's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it, see, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if this the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay. What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong, maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that, like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community.
I mean, both of these are emotional dummies. I mean, he is kind of right with the button. The button is a little bit, I guess you could say it's cowardly, but I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's got a bad digital footprint, to be honest.
And Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state, refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin.
I think it's more so about the business, though. I think it's just kind of like a business thing, right? Because you got sponsors and stuff. That's what it is, though.
Goblin mode.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Goblin mode, is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
And he has a bunch of employees. He has to make sure he's employing, right? Because if, you know, the show ends or something crazy gets canceled, you know, they're flexing the employees, right?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
Well, you got goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused it.
I'm trying, yo.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of the shit like you're trying to do to me, treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, you know, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. Like, to be around to Ethan, period, it would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just...
He does put them in a very bad, tough position. There's no doubt about it.
You know, people are sensitive about women being called that word, and so...
How pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people. Go ahead.
No,
And I'm not yelling at you. I'm just... Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a...
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You've been such a buzzkill. Yeah, I don't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POCs.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it. It was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use the actual cover most of it.
Doing it.
What are you
It's so
doing?
awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not...
Just like, this is what I'm talking about. It's always like...
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just want to finish Wednesday.
Alrighty. You guys, like...
All right, I'm taking my hand up. What? Okay, well, all that. Thanks, Button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know. I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button me, dude. Can you imagine that button me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's so
doing?
awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched to
I did
on
not
that photo, so I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God
Right.
forbid. Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
Like,
your
how
inability to...
No, hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well, tell them
that's how it
surprise
changes.
them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily. In the same way that he leans on the button, Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, two Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah and
But didn't he put them in a bad position when he dropped this amidst the live stream that they were doing? Kind of hypocritical.
Syria alone killed double that much.
I guess that doesn't excuse Ethan, but that's still hypocritical, right?
All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play a song talking about that empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 Goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes Demon mode different than Goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and
Pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view on Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the
I think you're entitled to defend yourself regardless.
Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that.
Oh no,
anybody
I
has
was
about
based
Green.
on his looks. Just on his basis.
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. No, that's it. As far as I know, he's not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to,
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
he kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most people,
very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the distinction that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
How can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist.
The topic is about the ethnic group.
Against anti-Zionist Jews.
How can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking.
How's it a point? The topic is about the ethnic group.
Tell you, this is like step one of having a leftist ideology is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling.
It'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with
nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel?
Oh, he wants the perspective of an anti-Zionist Jewish. Okay.
Situation.
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Cam.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're gonna call her. See you next Tuesday.
I'm curious what do Lena and Sam think about it.
I wouldn't be okay with that. Yeah. I feel like it's for the girlies, Ethan. But
so you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's a poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
Oh my gosh, Ethan used to be chubbed up.
You're gonna call her. See you next Tuesday.
It's a lot of surface area.
You have.
This is a nice set. What happened to this set? What happened to this set?
Nasty fucking bitch.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're gonna call her. See you next Tuesday.
I'm curious what do Lena and Sam think about it.
I wouldn't be okay with that. Yeah. I feel like it's for the girlies, Ethan. But
so you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's a poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social Democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes. That was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Here, listen, we're gonna need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't. And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you've got like white guys like, can I say it? Is it slurs? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people, and
dude, it's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat the Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. And imagine eating a whole
cops that I think should have
been arguing semantics over fucking hummus. Like I can't even be in.
And one of your current employees. She's a good person, like we think Ethan and Neela are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? Doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that one?
Like, just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean, just he looked mean.
No.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So, okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine.
Of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck.
In terms of these...
All right, I get it. The general consensus is that he's met, oh my gosh, 82,000, look at this shit. 82,000 dislikes. This is almost double the content nuke dislikes. Since the last content cop, I've got 2 degrees and had 3 children. Since the last content I became addicted to drugs, got cleaning streams. Oh, is that what everyone's putting in here? I had to check what year it is. This is a recession indicator. Uh-oh. I have no one to talk. I have no one I can talk to about this. Dude, I remember in school you could talk about that. You could talk and be like, yo, did you see the new Leafy video? Or did you see the new, you know, Sidemen video or some shit? Jake Paul vlog, Logan Paul vlog, I don't know. That's how it used to be. Now, it's trash. Now it's garbage. What did he say? I forgot who it is. Someone said something like that. Okay, we're good. All right, I'm about to get on get on 4 and play with the new Sabrina Carpenter skin that I just got. Yeah, let's go, bro. So wait, really? They okay, so the video. Oh, okay. I feel like the video was good, but it kind of lacked like actual substance. Like, and what I mean is, there was substance, but it wasn't all definitive enough to be like, oh, he owned him. All these slap. Some of them were kind of okay. Some of them he was kind of using the truth in his favor, or trying to bend the truth in his favor in order to get like an out. Some of it was kind of just bullshit, right? And I was expecting it to be funny. I was expecting funny gags, funny bits, like an old content. Like an old content cop. Like the best, like the old ones. Funny bits. Like, what's that one girl's name? I think Gloom. Like Gloom does almost content cops, but she does on the topic. Where she has like little she has like cutaways. There were no cutaways. Where are the cutaways, bro? I want to see, you know, funny moments and shit. I don't know. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. What a time to be alive. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 right now, guys. What a time. Dude. What the fuck is wrong with my camera? Please do not crash. 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 Please, 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 please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Would you like to switch to performance mode? Oh, it was running. That's because it was trying to. This shit was trying to run, it was trying to run fucking, Direct 11. Direct 12. Stop, like, why are you going to Direct 12? I've never used, and now it's crashing. Oh my gosh, great. It's crashing. It's not gonna work now. I got a new driver and now my game's not working. The driver, the whole reason I even took so long to even get on is because of the driver. It's because I had to sit here and reload my driver a bunch and figure out how I'm going to get my driver to work. Now it's not even working. Dude, get me out, bro. Get me out. I can't watch. I can't watch, bro. Okay. Awesome. Let's go. Take my breath away. It says it's running. It's not even running. There's no process in which Fortnite is running right now. I think I have a deviated septum, bro. Should I get a rhinoplasty? That should be good biz, right? I should look and get a rhinoplasty. Okay. Okay. Please work. Please, 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 please. Please work. I think it's working. Lord help me. Lord help me. Lord help me. Please let my game load and render. It's moving too tender. Oh my gosh, it's bitter sweet on Christmas Eve. What am I talking about? Okay. Oh, that content cop was ass. It was an ass one. It wasn't lit like the old ones. The old ones were lit. Now, and it crazy, but I think it had potential to go crazy. Like it had potential to go stupid because people were like looking for stuff to watch right now and stuff. Because I feel like, I don't know, just people were looking for stuff to watch, and wasn't like the content knew definitely better in terms of structure and actual points made. And they had to argue the point that dude, do not capture all of these moments. They had to argue the semantics of out of context clips in order to try to prove their point, but not a lot of it was out of context. Some of it was out of context, but a lot of it wasn't. A lot of it was in the moment, real statements that he really meant and really said. Is what it is. Is what it is. Bro, here it is. My game's crashing now. It's so cooked. Let's go, bro. All right. Now we're going to play with our Sabrina Carpenter, our Sabrina Carpet skin. Let's go, dude. Now we can actually, okay. Okay. Because, like, I have a lot of stuff I want to cover, but I think I want to do it for the next stream because I just want to leave this as, like, this is the content one that the content cop, etc., whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, the next one, I got a lot of juice. There's so much stuff. I have so much. So much. Look at this shit. I'm not gonna show you, but like there's so much. Like, dude, Katy Perry space. Oh, these are like games and stuff. Obviously Coachella, new tariffs. Apparently he went to 125. Maybe he's going to 145 now. It's just crazy. China lost 21 billion, but the stock market lost 10 trillion. Claro and Bernie Sanders. Kim Carson dropped. Yo Gabba Gabba at Coachella. Dan Clancy, Rakai and whatever. Baron Risk and Drake. Drake's gonna be streaming weekly now. Apparently we're getting weekly Drake streams, and they're paying him like a stupid amount of money a year. He's getting like 175 mil a year or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, Katy Perry space. Young Philly. Apparently there's an update on Young Philly that I never covered. Noah Samson and Ethan Klein. And a new disease was discovered. Really? Is that true? Drake and Josh reunion. Extremely got banned. Jonah Take has a new movie with a guy who's chopped. TK got sentenced to 80 years. Tate McRae, Morgan Wallen. Apparently people don't like Morgan Wallen because he threw a chair or something like that. Brian Still is now in the Diddy case. There's a new Blake Lively movie. Maldives has banned Israel's from the Maldives. Are you kidding me? Elon Musk is battling his baby mama in a case with Tiffany fucking Fong. Like, how's Tiffany Fong in an Elon Musk legal dispute? Oh yeah, Bad Baby apparently was getting molested by her security guard. What the? Oh no. No, not Bad Baby. Not the baddest baby. Okay. Are we good for it now? Not Bad Baby, bro. That sucks. Okay. So I finally got the skin, dude. Look, bro. Yo. Now, this game's low-key, like, not it anymore, but it is what it is. Like, I like Fortnite, but I don't like Fortnite. You get what I mean? You get what I mean. I know you know what I mean. Like, I like Fortnite, but I don't like Fortnite. Like, I like it, but I don't like it, you know? You know what I mean, bro. You know what I mean. It's fun, but it's not fun. There's nobody in this map. Let's see. Holy shit. Like, are these kids only gonna fight each other? But my mouse is like moving wicked. But my mouse is moving wicked, bro. Come on, man. What the crust, dude? Bro, why are the builds breaking, man? Can I focus up? Like, shitty ass game, bro. Bro, why is this kid teleporting on my screen, bro? This game's so bad. This game is so bad. It's so bad. This game is so bad. Why is my cursor moving? It's like moving my cursor, bro. It's just weird. Like, why is the character moving like that, bro? Why is the character moving like that, bro? What are you doing? It's full bugging. Oh my gosh. Like, just hit the shot, bro. These kids are bad, bro. I feel weird as fuck playing as Sabrina Carpet, bro. Great. Oh, awesome. Oh wait, I forgot I unbonded that. Oh my gosh. Dude. What is that, man? Let's put this fucking immunity on. How is that not a 200? I'm just cleared bum. To the bum. I'm getting pissed faces, bro. What is that? It's not letting me percolate. 200. It didn't even let me fucking move. What is wrong with this game? So good at Fortnite, bro. Dropping my bitrate, bro. Fuck this shit, bro. Impossible, man. And now my input delay is just even worse. How does that make my input delay worse? How does it make my input delay worse? My input delay's got worse. Oh man, it's over, bro. It's so over. I'm not even trying. I just made my input delay literally 10 times worse. Okay, let's see. So do I go with a higher bitrate? I mean, somehow a higher bitrate made my input delay better. Okay, I'm gonna go to a higher bitrate. And hopefully my input delay is better, or I guess, I don't know. It's not, it's 10 times worse. Look at how delayed this shit is. It's so fucking, like, 10 years behind, bro. This shit is 10 years behind. Bro, look at this, bro. The fucking... Bro, this shit is ass, man. It's so ass. It's so bad. Why is it so delayed? Like, is it? Look how late this is. Look how late this shit is. This shit is literally in fucking Narnia before I fucking edit this shit. I'm behind the fucking wall. Look. This game is so bad. Oh my gosh, man. Like, this kid can't even hit a shot, bro. That kid is so ass. But you were bench close to kill me. What? How did I not kill him already? Nah, this team just got it, bro. $156 on this reboot and he's still bleeding? Okay. Buddy, sit the crust down, 25. On her. Sit down, kid. Whoopie. Why can't I reset Fortnite? Oh my gosh, man. Like, this game is so bad now. Why can't I reset? Can you please help me reset the build? Oh yeah, that's not what I meant, bro. It's so fucking bad. Everything's 8 years fucking behind. Like, oh my gosh. Why is that so delayed, bro? Oh, it's so bad. Sit down, kid. Yay! Yay! I get to play again. fucking great player. How do you get off the game? How do you get off Fortnite? Okay. Okay, what am I doing, bro? Like, I'm going back and forth with this little herd. Why am I stuck in my edit, bro? Like, just when I'm in the fucking reset and I hit that bitch once, bro, just reset it for me. Like, what the fuck is they doing, bro? Why they got me stuck in the edit like a fucking retard? Like, reset that bitch, nigga. You already got this shit broke. At least let me do the reset off. My nigga thinks he's fucking good and he's just shit. He's a little pink shitter. Look at this shit can. Doing nothing. Harping into nowhere. Get the fuck out of the game, you fucking loser. Come here, buddy. No, why didn't I shoot, bro? I should have shot. If I shot, I would have won. Oh yeah, just run at my wall. You're so good, dude. Yeah, dude. Keep going. Awesome, Fortnite. Awesome. I love Fortnite. I love when it resets my builds and it doesn't let me know that it's resetting my builds. Ooh, let's go. Let's play. Ka-chow. Wee, 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 wee. Ow. 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 Oh, you're so crushed and lucky that I feel bad. You're even dead if I was girl. Get her. Get her. Why is it so fucking delayed? I'm so good at the game. Yay! What the fuck is wrong with the game? Did you see me sit there and try to score reset for like 8? Like I had to spam it. Like what do they want me to do, bro? Fix the score reset, my nigga. Fuck. I was gonna pickaxe fucking life away. Fucking degenerate retard. What is that? Got stuck, man. He's a potential retardation mutation. That's what I'm saying now. He's potentially retarded. He's potentially retarded. fucking wall. This game's so fucking fun to play. Shitty ass fucking game. Shit ass player. I love Fortnite. I love playing Fortnite. Every time I get on, I love playing it. Ooh, yeah. Shit turns me into a crackhead, bro. If this game wasn't so shit with the reset, I'd be clearing this whole fucking map. Still gonna get a fucking kill on me. It's crazy. As soon as I come back to the game, there's a shitty ass scroll reset bug. Like, of course there would be a shitty scroll reset bug when I get back to the game. Of course. No, it wouldn't. Of course it would. That's how Fortnite works. This game should be called Of Course. Of course that kid would get that wall. Of course he would shoot me through that. Of course I'd be packing up. Of course. How did my headphones die and it didn't even give me a notification that it was dying? They just died, they didn't even tell me they were dying. Let's go, dude. That whole map is full of great players. They're so good at the game. How do I... we should be good now. This is my AirPod. I'm not gonna have much audio, but it'll be decent enough. It feels weird because I heard. I'm going to replace. Not replace. Please do not tell me you didn't just see me shoot through that fucking kid. I just shot through him. I promise you I just shot him. That's what I mean. The fucking bullets are delayed. They're like 8 fucking minutes behind. I promise you. Let me see. Everything I love. Look. No, we're going ultra slow-mo. Alright, if I get exposed, you can call me the worst player in the game. I'm pretty sure I hit this kid and I went through him. Maybe. Is that not through him? Oh, that's barely on him. Barely. Dude, but on my screen, like, it's obviously registering more FPS, so it looks different. The kid is moving like an absolute robot. Like, it's so hard to predict him, bro. because I don't know what it is that they did the input, but everything is just so, it feels so fucking like retarded. Prime example, how did he just move through that? Like everything for me is behind and everything for everyone else is ahead. It's like very odd, but it's not the same as it was before. Before I was dealing with packet loss and actual ping issues. Now it's the actual like hardware ping. Now the hardware is delayed or something, or like the actual digital game right there. Why am I stuck in my score reset there when I'm spamming it? That should not be happening at all whatsoever. That is handicapping as a professional player. How am I supposed to beat Booga? How am I supposed to beat Booga in game finals when my scorer button's not working? What are we doing? Right there, you just saw it. Spamming the scroll wheel. Spamming the scroll wheel. And then just put on my pickaxe. Why did you put my pickaxe? They gotta do something about it. They gotta do something about it. Who is this kid? Why is it so bad? They gotta do something about it. There's no, they have to do something about it. I don't know what they need to do, but they have to do something about it. Every single time, it never fails. Like, oh my gosh, dude. Do I gotta like, is there a way I can take apart this thing, this mouse, and fix it or something? Because I feel like it's got to be like there's like dirt in it or something. But I don't move this mouse anywhere. I don't know how that would even be possible. Like this mouse literally stays on my desk all day. There's nothing else I do with it. Is this map going to have people in it? It's probably not. It's 1 a.m. on a fucking Thursday or some shit. React to Sabrina Carpenter skin. Let's go, bro. We're late. I'm about to get off after this. Actually, I'll probably be on for a little bit. I don't know. Until I hit like a decent marker. And then tomorrow, that's when we'll juice all the content, right? We'll get into the juicy bits. We'll get into all the drama, all the whatever's happening. But right now, we're in beta mode. I don't know. Make that look at this, man. My oral fixation. What's your oral fixation? Yeah, I don't know about a free, bro. We can't be doing no frees. Nigga, my headphones are dead and I'm about to go. There's nobody in this map. It's the most dead map I've ever played. Why is there nobody in this map, bro? Crust, man. What the crust, bro? Why is there nobody in this map, bro? Kylo, hit your shots. Yes, I hit a micro stutter in the midst of that. Yes, I hit a micro stutter in the midst of shooting that kid. I just don't enjoy this game anymore. It's just horrible. Truly. It's like everything in your favor, everything that it's supposed to go wrong goes wrong when you play it. Why did I hit a micro stutter shooting that kid? Why? Because the game's supposed to do it. In the midst. It's like of course I would micro stutter. Of course I would. Of course the game would make it so the shit fucking retard would win against me. Oh, Dexify's in here. I know him. Of course. Of course I fucking microstutter against this absolute buffoon. Of course he would shoot me in between me taking his wall. Of course, because that's how Fortnite plays. Of course, me shooting him with a triple burst, only 2 bullets hit him when my reticle's right on his fucking forehead the entire time. Of course you would. Of course I would hit him. I hit him 198. 198. I'm looking at the replay. I hit him 198 and the last bullet didn't fucking register. Fuck Fortnite. It's ass. $198. Let that sink in. Let that fucking sink in, brother. Why would you keep poking yourself out, you idiot? Oh. Let's go, bro. I'm the best player in the world. Let's go. There's nobody in this fucking map. It's so dead. There's nobody in this map. It's trash. Oh. Where did these niggas come from? Where did everybody go? Where did they all come from? Okay. Is this kid retarded? Why the fuck are you concentrated and the zone just started? That kid is genuinely idiotic. Bro, I missed a fucking shot, bro. I should have took my time with it, man. He's eating a fucking chug, bro, and I panicked. Fuck. Easiest shot of my fucking life, and I panicked hitting it, bro. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Fucking shit can, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. And then this kid hit me from behind. I probably could have survived if I popped the thing first, but... Dude, all I needed to do was hit that first shot. I don't know why I couldn't hit him. Like, I don't want to cope, but I feel like I micro stutter. I don't want to cope, but I feel like I micro stutter. It's what it is. It's what it is. It feels like every shot's a micro stutter, to be honest. Every shot feels like it's like a second behind, and I have to like catch up. I have to like make up for the I have to like snapshot it. That's what it feels like, but it's what it is. I get micro stutters every time. It's not cope. I promise you it's not cope. And they haven't given me a bat one time. I've had to do these wall rotates every single time. Like, I'm playing a perfect script, bro. They don't understand how perfectly I'm playing the game. And I'm still getting gypped. Oh my gosh. Hey, fucker, you retard, we have to fucking rotate. Why the fuck are you queuing me? I can't do it. Why are these kids killing me on the backside of zone? Oh my gosh, these fucking retards, bro. Fucking retards. They just died. You have to rotate. Go. What is wrong with them? This is why I can't, like, oh my, it's like when, like think about it. Like, I used to coach Fortnite kids, and that's the things they would do. Like, go. We have to go up an entire mountain, and you're fighting me. Kill yourself, man. Look at this fucking retard. He can't even play height. Like, all of these kids are retarded, bro. What is wrong with you? How are you that dumb? He got me and him killed and the other kid killed for that idiotic, retarded play. Do you not see the zone? Do you not see people ahead of you? Why would you sit there and run at me? You fucking degenerate. Fortnite kids are the most brain dead people you will ever meet. And I don't understand it because it's an IQ game. The whole game runs on IQ. How are you that fucking stupid? You're playing an IQ game. I can't believe what I just saw. Oh my gosh, man. Fucking retard. And then I was getting my wall stolen every time. There's nothing I could have did there. There's absolutely nothing I could have did there to survive. I did everything. I placed the wall didn't build. The kid took my wall, he took the stair, he took the floor. Nothing I can do. It's an absolute retarded fucking match. These kids are idiotic. Why would you... What goes through someone's brain like, let's fight now? Like, I don't understand. I can't begin to think of and being that retarded, being that stupid. Like, it doesn't even postulate in my cranium. My brain does not even interpret the axiom. It is that fucking retarded. Who would do that? Oh my gosh, what an absolute fucking buffoon. That is tomfoolery beyond measure, bro. I couldn't imagine, bro. Oh, gosh. Get me out, bro. Just an absolute fucking retard. What a retard. And they still haven't given me a fucking bat to rotate, so I don't have to be with these fucking idiots, man. Get up the fucking mountain, degenerate. Like, absolute retard, bro. I can't get over that. Whatever, new match. Lock in. I have the kid built. How did that kid just hit me 198? He just hit me he just fucking maxed me. He just maxed me. Max. Not a fucking absolute max. Not a single pellet missed. He just 190'd me, bro. It's always those fucking retarded drones. Not a single one of my bullets, none of my bullets registered on that kid's body. Every single bullet whiffed. What is wrong with Fortnite? Why is it so bad? I'm going back in replays. I'm like, oh, this kid's gonna be free sauce. I'm gonna substitute. He hit me 180. The hardest shot he could have possibly hit. A fucking retard in a box. A droid, an android. He hits me as hard as you possibly can. He's not even looking at me. I hit him 96 in the head. He hits me same distance. Same fucking distance. He hits me 180. I hit him 90. This is why the game is ass. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't compute in my brain. We're the same distance, hit each other same time simultaneously. He does double my damage. Double it. What is wrong with this game? 96 white? 32 white? 31 white? How is he still alive? This game is so ass, bro. It's just a bad game. It's just bad. It doesn't make sense. 96 white, I hit him 36 white. You do the math. I haven't cracked his shield. There's no possible way. If I cracked his shield, it would have said, it wouldn't have been yellow if I cracked his shield. How is he still gaining health? What is wrong with this game? Why doesn't it work properly? It doesn't function. How is that possible for somebody to do that to another player? It should not be possible. What did I just witness? Clancy my witness. Like, that is just ridiculous, man. This game is ass. It's horrible. It doesn't favor skill. Why doesn't it favor skill? What is wrong with them? What is wrong with Fortnite? What is that? 96. Did he get a siphon? What is wrong? I'm completely discombobulated. All logic has gone out the window. How is he still breathing? I still want to know. That kid's an idiot. That kid's an idiot. If that other kid was good, he would have killed that kid. This kid's an absolute idiot. You play that wall. You play your box in your wall that you were at originally. Why would you go to the distance into an opening that's not even your window? Absolute reboot. That's what I'm talking about. Like, if I'm that other kid in the Coachella skin and I play that and I have at least a couple heals, I beat that kid. Everybody knows how to play that. Any good player knows how to play that. I finally got a bat. Great. Bats don't even matter really, but they do help. Only when you're playing against the smartest players in the world. he hit me that hard? How did he hit me that fucking hard? Like, I swear he couldn't even see me, bro. How did he hit me that hard? I love Fortnite, man. How did that kid hit me that fucking hard? I should have just went for height. If I went for height, I possibly could have won. But I was expecting to get down there, get a refresh, and then just go for some whites or something. How did he hit me that hard, bro? I swear, like, it has to be the skin, bro. The skin's just too noticeable. It's too bright. It's too bright. The skin's too bright. It's so fucking bright. Anyone can just see my head. Like, Sabrina, I'm sorry, but this skin is so fucking bright. Like, I can't even begin to live. I get hit max every fucking time, nigga. Fuck. Like, can a nigga live? What the fuck? What is this fucking music that all shooting at me, man? What is wrong with this game? Oh my gosh, bro. What the fuck? I fucking hurdled and it took so long to pull out my fucking builds again, man. Ah, awesome. I just hit this kid 200 health. He's still breathing. What am I looking at? I just hit him 200 health. 202 to be exact. How is he breathing? What siphon did he get? That siphon saved his bitch ass. I'm the greatest, baby. Let's go. Oh my god. Let's fucking go. Look at how I pulled that off. I'm not gonna lie, I panicked at the end, but that's all that matters. We won. Best player in the game, baby. Let's crush and go. Oh, dude. Oh man. I should have won 8 times ago. I should have won 3 times in a row. Honestly. Let's go. 360. One AirPod, by the way. Let that sink in. One AirPod, by the way. How did I go through there? Leave my precious wall alone, dumbass. Oh my gosh. Awesome. I should just play the med kit, bro. I should just play the med kit. I sold. No, I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm doing wrong there? I'm playing too bitchy. I'm playing too bitchy. I'm playing too safe. I gotta be big dick in it. I'm not big dick in it there. That's why I sold. I sold because I was playing too passive. That's the real sell. It's like after that win, I'm like, I want to win so badly again, then I'm not playing how I should, just full confidence, you know? If I play full confidence, it ups my odds, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Gotta take the opportunity. It's really because I just like, I want to die early. That's the annoying part. It's like when you die early, then you gotta watch the whole round. It's like, great. Great, dude. Now I gotta sit here and ponder. It's like, what am I doing here, man? What the crust? I sell wind? Wait, what is this person's name? I sell windows. There's a Family Guy bit with that where Chris talks to Meg about getting into the window pane business. He talks about networking with her. It's like, if you have anyone in, if you have an in, let me know. Something like that. All right. 360. When you're in the mirror, do you love what you see? When you're in the mirror, you're just looking at me. I'm everywhere. I'm so Julia. What does that mean, by the way? When you're in the mirror, do you like what you see? When you're just looking at me, I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. What does Julia mean? Like, she's just so, like, classic girl named Julia? Type of vibe, or what? party world. I'm not looking for that Billy Eilish skin. How did he get from under, bro? And it just automatically made me hurdle. How is this fucking shit can just walking through everybody's builds? What am I looking at? This is who the game rewards, by the way. It's this, you know what? I already know how by his play. This is a 0 ping controller player. And he gets in by having slow aim. Look how much he just said. He gets in by having low aim or a low sensitivity and just good input delay. That's all. That's exactly how that kid's play style. I know exactly how that kid's play. He has a low sense. He's on controller. And every time, he's that kid who phases through every build when you're in game. I know exactly how that fucking kid plays. And those are the worst. They're the worst because they're the worst at the game. But they get rewarded in having aim assists and slow sensitivity. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. That's exactly how those players operate. It's like the worst of the worst. 360. When you're in the mirror, do you like what you see? Do you in the mirror when you're just looking at me? I got Reese's. Reese's cups, Reese's cup. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. Dead. 200. Saucy. Saucy Santana. Ty beat. Hunter. Why would he use his... Oh, because he had to reload. All right, Saucy. We still get to win. Window with window in first place, no window. Why does it say I only have 2 kills? What the crust am I looking at? Bro, use your bat and get up. What are you doing? You don't have time. He's selling, bro. That right there, you use that momentum to agility your way up there. Now do it. Bat. Use your... Oh, I guess you didn't need it. It would have been quicker though. It would have been safer. It would have been a safer option. See that? This right here is just like a bot. Between someone who's using their brain. This kid got a bot ass win. That's a bot win right there. That's not... See, I like to get a good win that feels good because I use my brain skills. You know what I'm saying? These kids just get these freebies because, oh, I died because a kid went through my bottom floor and I didn't. If I was in that round, I would have won. I'm just saying it right. If I was in that round, I would have won. If I didn't get any bullshit happening, like I died because I hurdled over a build accidentally. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do there? Realistically, like, be honest with me. Like, what do I do there? I fucking hurdled over. At first, I didn't hear that kid's, footsteps behind me, so he hit me for a pump. And then I didn't even realize he was shooting me from under until later that round. I got stuck. I think Fortnite's retarded because it just stopped shooting my gun. I think the game's retarded. I genuinely think that. I think the game doesn't know what it's doing. I think it's operating on its own sort of like frequency, and it's retarded. I just shot him in the head for max damage, which is supposed to be basically an insta kill, and then I hit him afterwards with a robot, with the assault rifle, and then while I was hitting him, it just stopped shooting. I'm pressing the button, it stopped shooting. It stopped shooting. What am I supposed to do? Tell me what I'm supposed to do. Please coach me on what I'm supposed to do when a reboot does something as... Is that Real Monty? It is Real Monty, which means he's probably in a party with Hero and Flopper, Hollow Flopper. They're in a party right now. I guarantee they're in a Discord. I guarantee I could go find someone. Is that actually Arkham? No, right. I guarantee I can go find one of my friends who's in a Discord with them right now. Guaranteed. Blue, look at them. They're in the Discord right now. Discord call. 12 people. It's just too easy, you know? See, Fortnite is a Mickey Mouse kitty game, but once you get to like the pro level, it gets wicked in Discord, and that's when it's not a kitty game anymore. That's when it gets, the color Nicole needs to get there. That's when it gets like psychotic. Just shit on that kill. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. This isn't Peak, is it? Peak? Who's Peak? I feel like I would know someone named Peak. Broadway fan. Oh, YYS is in there. This is a cycle full of pros, dude. They're not better than me, though. I would say like, I wouldn't even say semi-pro. They're like okay comp kids. There's a clip of YY Edge and his mom like yells at him. It's an infamous clip in the Fortnite community of his mom yelling at him, and he started yelling at his mom back and like swearing at her, and then she told him to get off. It was so funny. Oh man, should I play with a glove on? Maybe it'll register my fucking bullets better. Cause this shit don't be registering shit, bro. Reese's Puff, Reese's Puff. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. No, I could have used those, bro. They put me in a horrible position, by the way. Back of the map. Bro, what is that? My in-game overlay just popped up. You don't have to see everything you see. I don't know if pro players know that, but they don't have to see everything they see. But for some reason they do. Especially in drafts. They just shoot anything they see. They're like, oh, it's a player. I think I'm better than them. Shoot it. Fuck. I shouldn't have did that. No, I thought I could phase in. I should have tried to phase in, but like, of course I'm not gonna phase in. I'm 50 ping. Of course I'm not. I was playing that fine as well. Of course I'm not gonna phase in. Why would I phase in? I'm not in phase. Held it. And I shouldn't have went that. I kept going for it as if I was gonna be able to get a better angle or like get a shot, but like realistically I should have just left it. Bad play. Brain dead play. Is this kid rebooted? Oh my gosh. Doesn't even know he's up top. Wow. This is the level of skill in this lobby. That's the kid I died to. Wow. That kid's so good. It was halal flopper low gun fragging. I'm guessing that they aren't playing height because like height is so boring. It's so free and it's so boring. You're just sitting there spraying people, like dropping them down, and that's it. It's more fun when you're low ground and like you're in there, you're active, you're figuring out where your brain's working more. It's more functional. Like I never really want to play high ground in here. I only want to play height like when you take it over late, and that's when that's like in comp. That's when it's really important. If you take it over late. Not important in terms of like wanting to do it, but importance of being able to do it. You know what I mean? I could break him out, but I'm not gonna do it. Okay, everyone needs to shoot at me anytime I build up. I'm hashtag noticing that. gosh, man. They're all playing. They have to be, bro. They have to be avoiding each other. There's no way they're all the same skin. What? They're all the same skin? Impossible. There's no possible way they're all the same skin. And they're not they're not what is it called? I forgot. I'm brain farting because I'm mad. It's called they're polluting. That's it. Oh yeah, I lost that, bro. No, I could have got the other one. Why is everything lagging now? Bro, rotate, nigga! Oh my gosh, I can't stand players like that. Like, what is going through his brain? That's what I really want to understand. Like, what is going through that nigga brain? This nigga too. Why are you fucking crouching down and fighting people? Like, just dumbass niggas, bro. Just dumb. Bro, I built behind me, bro. This game is ass, bro. This game is just ass. There's no other completion for it. Like, how do I go to 70 ping right there and I built behind me? This game is just ass, man. Like, that shit is so twisted. Like, how does it go to 70 ping, bro? I can't play this game anymore, man. It's so bad. This game is so bad. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm playing perfectly fine. Oh, bro, was I 70 that whole time? Like, obviously, like, Dude, I heard the pickaxe, but I built. Like, I don't know what you want me to do, man. 70 fucking ping. Like, let's go, bro. Awesome. Yes, man. Let's keep moving the service, bro. Where the fuck did my big pots go, nigga? This shit's so ass. This game is so fucking ass, bro. Yo, come on. Now I'm mad at it. Oh, everyone sees cartel. Everyone sees cartel. Great. You know, when I see other people go for walls, I don't ever see them get their shit beat the fuck up in 2 seconds. Why did it just lag there, bro? That's what I'm talking about. This game's just so odd. It's like, at the most inconvenient time, everything goes wrong. Convenient for everyone else, inconvenient as fuck for me. It's like literally the tail all the time. I can't even fucking see because of this. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Fucking cloud of smoke. Like, what the fuck is that? And I roll into the shit blocks. This game is not fun, bro. It's not fun. It's the most shit game there is, bro. Like, I don't know what you want me to do, bro. I roll into the kid's box. I go for the kid. Somebody throws a fucking cloud of smoke into my face. It's just so everything is just so inconvenient for me all the time. It's like every time something inconvenient happens. It's like, this is just not fun, man. How is that fun for anybody? That can't be. It can't be fun. That's like literally torturing yourself to the max extent. Oh my gosh, there's just no possible way, bro. How did I just lose that, man? I fucking rolled into this kid's box like a roly-poly. A roly-poly. See, alright, I'm about to end after this, and then either tomorrow, day after that, I don't know. Thing is, the thing about the content cop is he's gonna respond tomorrow. There's just gonna be more and more and more and more. I mean, never ending. No cap. Come on, man. There we go. You got it, buddy. You got it. Get that victory royale. All right, I think I can win this next one. If I don't get the most inconvenient shit happening to me all the time. You know? Then we got it. Then we got it. In the back of the boat, you can feel out. On the phone on the top of the hotel out. Come up here with a no time. Everyone gangs up on me. Everyone gangs up on me. Great. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's where it matters. Like, that kid was supposed to be dead 2 fucking years ago. But now I have to sit here and deal with the loss. And then the loss of my own fucking kill. Holy fuck, this game is so ass. I built the fucking wall. Why didn't I build? That could have killed me right there. I would have been pissed off. I'm bored. I'm bored. Fortnite's fun until it's fun, and then after it just completely duds. It's fun until it's fun, and then afterwards you're just like, I don't even want to cue. I don't even want to press the button. I don't even want to cue this thing anymore. I don't even want to press the fucking button. Join button, no thanks. But hey, look, we got Sabrina.
That 360, when you're in the mirror, do you like what you see? I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. When you're in the party, bumping that beat. 666 with a princess streak. I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia. Yeah, 360, when you're in the mirror, do you like what you see? When you're in the mirror, you're just looking at me.
We got Sabrina.
I'm so Julia.
Let's go, dude. When you're in the party, up in that beat, and I go, Charlie, 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 Charlie. Let's see this.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Dude.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
Oh, hell no!
Wake up.
Oh, no.
Oh, hell no! Brother. Oh, nah. Bro, content cop, and he picks the people that are the most content copable of all time.
Literally.
Bro, you cannot make this up. I'm not even just like preaching to the choir because it's like I use the most popular opinion or whatever, but he picks the most like content capable people of all time, and it makes a content couple with them. Oh, I can't.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Denims. Oh, denims are so hot.
Wake up, Ethan.
Thanks to Azanabi, Denims, Sean the Black, Frogan. Who are these guys? I don't know who these guys are.
Hey, deserving listeners, welcome to.
Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
I'm not gonna do a react content.
Interesting. Yeah, they're pretty constant copable. Denim's just kind of like Denim's phones it in. She doesn't really care as long as the point she's making is on her side. She'll always take it, even if it makes no sense. Frogan preaches for soldiers to get PTSD when she should be taking it out on Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney. Hassan supports terrorist organizations, which is completely anti-American. I don't know Sean the Black. I don't know what he does. But if he's with them, he can't be great. And Ian was just riding Hassan the whole time. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. No, let's be honest. I think that may be the greatest synopsis of all that. But ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the 3 hour and 15 minute yeah, 3 hour and 15 minute yap session we had here for today. Okay. I didn't want to go into any stories because we got a lot, and I just want to make that a whole different thing. Okay, I don't want to, you know, I kind of just played Fortnite with the Sabrina skin just so I could, you know, showcase that I had it and make the VOD as long as I possibly can. But there it is, the content cop. Now my general synopsis is it's bad. And it's not bad like in terms of like I say it's bad because it's not as juicy as I thought it could or would be. I mean, Ethan has videos of him like literally ripping the hard R like 30 times. Like there was none of that. There was no like, I don't know, there was just no actual digs. It was just kind of like, Destiny calls out iDubbbz for pretending to care about Ethan's mental health. Oh, we got a Destiny clip.
Fine if you pretend, but don't pretend like you care about mental health or any of that cringe shit. Just be based. Tell people to kill themselves. Make fun of people who are on SSRIs. Make fun of people who have depression or anxiety or GD. Just do that. Just embrace the I can't say the words on stream anymore.
That the iDubbbz lore. That's what iDubbbz was. iDubbbz was literally like whenever there were boundaries to be broken, you would know that iDubbbz would be breaking those boundaries. But this was like the softest content cop of all time.
All the slurs and everything you just do that.
And I think that's giving people the out, and the resonation is that he's picking the side of softest, and softest can't be, or I guess weakest side, which can't be strong and strengthened, right? It sucks, right? Now, I'm not talking about anything else or like the conflict, but I'm just talking about just in general, in a general sense, right? Like, this is it's just bad looks. Because the content's not great. And if the content isn't great, what you're arguing can't be great. Or it won't feel great. It's not that it can't be great, it won't feel great.
You just do that. Go
like it won't resonate with the audience. Like,
can't say the word.
Yeah, this is hard.
Words on stream anymore. All the slurs and everything you just do that. Go full in on it. But don't do this lefty bullshit of like, oh, you're presenting, these criticisms of what another person is saying. Well, maybe you're actually just fucking crazy, dude. Did you ever think that maybe every single thing you're saying is just the result of some huge mental health ailment that you're not capable of perceiving? But me, who exists, by the way, among the ranks of your harshest critics who constantly perceive, maybe I am able to perceive that thing that you're not. And I am able to diagnose you with that problem. And I am able to tell that every single thing you're saying is just coming from a place of deep insecurity and deep depression. And you just need to log off and touch grass and take a break. But like, this is the worst type of gaslighting in the universe. The internet was a better place when Ian just said the N-word. Like,
yeah, now it's not allowed, but I get what he means. because I used to watch iDubbbz even when he ripped it. Like, I didn't care. I still don't care. But like, I used to watch like all that, like the Leafy, Pyro, Colossal's Crazy, Drama Alert, like during that hemisphere of like YouTube content era, Supreme, Patty, Hype Beast, Bad Baby, FaZe Banks, the FaZe guys, you know, any drama, Optic Gaming, all of that, that everybody knows what I'm talking about. That era of YouTube, that little patch of like 2017 to 2019 or something, or like, no, 2016 to 2017, or no, 2016 to like 2019. Yeah, 2016 to 2019. That era, that little patch in space. Sidemen were going crazy. It was like all the content was bad, but at the time it wasn't bad. It was peak content at the time. You get what I mean? It was before like the whole Resolute happened, where like people were inside, they couldn't do much. So like it resulted in different forms of content and how people had to like optimize their content. And now people have kind of gotten hooked to the like being inside content, or like the just chill vibes content now. The chill vibes and short span content is what people are on now. Before it was long format. It was like Mickey Mouse scripted content, like Pretty Boy Fredo, DDG, Soul Illuminati, where either you're talking about Black YouTube, or you know, to your Sidemen, your Logan Paul, Jake Paul scripted beef content, stuff like that. And there may have been a little bit of validity to the whole like overall arcing theme of the beef, but it was all for monetary gain at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And it is cool to see where people were from that era and where they are now. Like, I remember watching Jake Paul vlogs and seeing a little Olivia Rodrigo on the show, or like on his vlogs. And then like seeing her now, it's like, wow, that's where she was. And here she is now. Same thing with Jake in general, where they were and where they are now, you know? It's fascinating, you know?
Like, it is the most mask on.
And yeah, he does look like he's filtering. Like, we know the real iDubbbz. We know how wicked iDubbbz can get, okay? And so people are kind of seeing him as like he, you know, he's deep throating a mic, and that was just a joke, right? But like, he's even had photos of him with makeup on, and like, you know, he's got a wife now, so people just kind of think he's kind of gotten femininity out. He got the femininity priority virus, and everybody knows the femininity priority virus infects you from within, and there's no coming back, right? Everything you defend, all your point will become from a weaker feminine place. That's what it is. That's what it is. Strength always wins, bro. It just is what it is. And I think that's just kind of where the general consensus is coming from, and that's how kind of like people are developing their synopsis of iDubbbz now. Because old iDubbbz used to get fucking wicked. Like, do we want to go back to, I think he deleted all his videos where he was ripping it, I'm pretty sure, but I used to watch like his Kickstarter crap videos. Like, I used to watch all that shit, bro. I was a real YouTube head, bro. Niggas don't even know, like, I mean, I think you know now, but like, nigga, I basically know every single thing that ever happened on YouTube ever. Like, I know, like, there's very few things that I don't remember from YouTube. Okay, let's see this, because some retard just commented on my thing. Okay, I want to see this. So some retard commented on my YouTube channel. Okay, let's see what he said. Right off the bat, your description of the three-body problems goes way off the rails. It has nothing to do with collisions and craters. It's just a matter of orbits repeating in a stable way until you add a third body. Then the orbit becomes unpredictable over time scales. It's yet unsolved problem in terms of mathematically defining it. You can't even define the problem, let alone describe a solution. Terrence Howard's a total nut job, not worth mentioning. This guy's a fucking retard. Because if he was actually paying attention to what I said, I was talking about isotropic like movement with I was talking about that the fact that a movement of mass in space can move at a particular speed, we know that particular speeds are defined in the universe. Not that a crater matters. I'm giving... Look at this fucking retard, bro. We're gonna go to what I said. It's right in the beginning. You're trying to solve for 3 things moving in space, basically. You're trying to solve for 3 things moving in space, basically. So calculating something that's connected or the distance between one object and another, it's very simple because it's literally just, it's most of the time, you're going to use special relativity, right? And or, if not, right, you're going to use Isaac Newton's classic Newtonian physics, which is... I'm describing the 2 movement objects that you're going to be moving in space. Is this fucker testing my physics? Like, fuck this nigga, bruh. Hold on. Maneuver or movement. Once you get to like faster, complex, quicker movements, that's when Einstein's special relativity comes in. So that's how we know things in nature have like a particular capacity speed limit until they change, right? So like in terms of, you see what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the difference between classic Newtonian physics and special relativity. Once you get to astronomical numbers, the difference and they change. You can't use you can use classic Newtonian physics on Earth, but you can't use this for a fucking black hole. You can't use this for things that are moving astronomical rates. This fucking dumbass bitch in my mentions telling me that I'm wrong. Like, you don't know physics like me, buddy. I've been doing this shit since 8th grade. Of like the speed of just matter in general, or like the moon or something like that, when objects move in space, especially like craters and stuff, when they hit the moon or they hit surfaces, we know that there's a particular speed in which once they smack the surface, it hits a omnidirectional crater, which creates an isotropic explosion. So we know that there's a particular speed in which things can move, and their movement can change the reaction. But it's not just like oh, it just like it can completely disorient something based on its speed, right? Speed is like pretty wicked distance. Right? So let me see. So it's sympathetic vibrations. Like this fucking retard, bro. This kid can't even understand basic fucking physics, bro. What the fuck is he talking about? My description was perfectly fine. My description was totally fine. Like, is this guy retarded? Okay, let's see what it says. Terrence is desperate for any relevance or recognition, but he's finessing. Dude, these people, like, look at these fucking retards in my mentions, bro. That Sons doesn't understand even academia. Like, are these people retarded? They just virtue opinions. This is what you call a virtuous retard. Like, they just call him a name, they call him a crackpot, they call him names, but they have no insight. This guy's yapping about, he didn't even understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the difference between special relativity and classic Newtonian physics, basic physics. This guy's a fucking retard. And I'm talking about the difference between speed, because obviously if there's a different speed for the moving object, then there could be a difference in how you could solve for the actual thing, for the stability of the 3-body solution. But this guy's so fucking retarded, he can't even understand that the 3-body system, like this, it goes way off the rails. Oh, I'm stupid. I don't know how to fucking think. It has nothing to do with collisions and craters. Like, this guy's a fucking absolute imbecile. Absolute imbecile. It says it's just a matter of orbits repeating in a stable way until you add a 3rd body, then orbits become unpredictable over a long... Nigga, that's what I said. That's literally what I said. Which is just going to be your basic maneuver or movement. Once you get to like faster, complex, quicker movements, that's when Einstein's special relativity comes in. So that's how we know things in nature have like a particular capacity speed limit until they change, right? So like in terms of like the speed of just matter in general, or like the moon or something like that, when objects move in space, especially like this is an extra. I'm giving you extra taste onto the description of matter moving in space. This fucking retard is trying to tell me about physics. Oh my fucking gosh. This stupid bitch. And or, if not, right, you're going to use Isaac Newton's classic Newtonian physics, which is just going to be your basic maneuver or movement. Once you get to like faster, complex, quicker movements, that's when Einstein's special relativity comes. How can you not interpret that? And or, if not, right, you're going to use Isaac Newton's classic Newtonian physics, which is just going to be your basic maneuver or movement. Once you get to like faster, complex, quicker, you're trying to solve for 3 things moving in space, basic, right? So calculating something that's connected or the distance between one object and another, it's very simple because it's literally just, most of the time, you're going to use special relativity, right? And or, if not, right, you're going to use Isaac Newton's classic Newtonian physics. You're either going to use special relativity or classic Newtonian physics. Doesn't really matter. Special relativity is the 2.0 version of classic Newtonian physics. It's the juiced up version. It's the holy shitballs version of it. physics, which is just going to be your basic. So I'm describing. I think he can't even interpret how intelligent I am. I'm deriving from the part to add the extra implication of more sauce, just so they know that in space, there's certain particular speeds in which different reactions happen. How can he not understand that? I described it perfectly. Maneuver or movement. Once you get to like faster, complex, quicker movements, that's when Einstein's special relativity comes in. So that's how we know things in nature have like a particular capacity speed limit until they change, right? So like in terms of like the speed of just matter in general, or like the moon or something like that, when objects move in space, especially like craters and stuff, when they hit the moon or they hit surfaces, we know that there's a particular speed in which once they smack the surface, it hits a omnidirectional crater, which creates an isotropic explosion. So we know there's a particular speed in which things can move and their movement. Like I'm literally just saying what we know. What we know as physicists. What is this guy saying? The reaction, but it's not just like oh, just like it can completely disorient something based on its speed, right? Speed is like pretty wicked. Distance. Right? So let me see. So it's a sympathetic vibration together. This is this fucking retard. Oh my gosh, I want to. Like this fucker doesn't think I know the three-body solution, nigga. Who the fuck who the fuck does this guy think he is? Who does he think he is? Who the fuck does this fucker think he is? It's yet unsolved in terms of mathematically defining it. No shit. You can't scale for it's a scaling problem. You know what? We're going to it.
Obi, how long? Obi, how long will it take me to know everything that you know about mechanics, physics, and engineering?
How much do you know?
Let's assume I don't know much, but I'm a fast learner, and I'm a god.
Well, let's start at the beginning then.
We
don't have time for this. Look, it's better if we walk along.
Obi, I understand. I mean, I really had to know. How long would it take?
Decades.
Centuries.
Gonna make total sense. But look here, I'm not questioning your surprisingly advanced engineering skills, but maybe OB should test that thing first. Testing protocol is key to safe scientific advancement.
It's perfect. Here's the plan. Get in, get suited up. When those doors open, load the multiplier, hit the green button, launch it, and get back. Tape your right thumb, left knee, and faceplate, or the temporal radiation will peel your skin right off. One last thing. Yes. Whatever you do not set the multiplier down, or it will roll off the gangway. Be brave. Time to be brave.
What about the iron decoupler?
Iron decoupler's fine. We're going to route it directly with the primary compartment.
Won't it overheat?
No, it's not going to overheat, because we're going to allow it to interface directly with Timely's adaptive exponential computing system. With all those upgrades, it will allow the loom to scale the capacity to manage the backlog of branches. The rings are too small. Yeah. We're going to make them bigger.
Better watch out, OB. Looks like
someone's coming for your job. That's right. I'm a-coming. OB, watch your back.
What? That's not even the part. Oh my god, we just watched that for nothing. Wait, where's the part? Are you kidding me? Is this it? Oh, this is it.
It's a scaling problem.
But that's what we were adjusting for.
It's a scaling problem.
But that's what we were adjusting for.
Loom will never be able to accommodate for an infinitely growing multiverse. You can't scale for infinite.
Bro, bring John Withers back, please. Oh my gosh, bring him back, bro. He fucking played this role he played Timely so perfect in fucking Loki, bro. Season 2, bro. Please bring this nigga back, bro. I'm begging you, bro. On my knees, bro. Please bring John Witherspoon back. Rest in peace, John Witherspoon. Jonathan Majors, bro. Please, man.
It's like trying to divide by zero. It can't be done.
So no matter how much we increase the throughput, it will never be enough.
Never enough.
With Terrence Howard three-body solution, it's a scaling problem. It's fucking reboot. It's yet to solve mathematically defining it. You can't define the problem, let alone describe a solution. You can't even define the problem, let alone describe a solution? You see, and this nigga's talking about volumetric display, but he's talking shit about Terrence Howard, but he's talking about volumetric display. This absolute buffoon. This... Oh. See, these are the people that, like, I want to say something. I want to say the craziest thing, but I know that I shouldn't say the craziest thing. By the way, I describe absolutely no solution. I give no resolute because I don't know how to solve it. I'm not claiming to know how to solve it. Terrence Howard is the one claiming to know how to solve it. And the only thing that I did was say that he actually had validity. And if you actually understand physics, like this fucking retard, Terrence Howard is not as stupid as people. I think it's just maybe people don't know physics, so they just think like everything he's saying is retarded. But he's not retarded. Everybody knows Terrence Howard's not retarded. They're just gonna write him off as retarded because they don't want to have to deal with it, right? They don't have to deal with all the work of actually trying to disprove him, right? Because a lot of the things he's saying, I'm gonna say a lot. Some of the things he's saying actually have validity to them. They actually make sense. They actually actually have, like, I watched the one PDB thing with him, and the Chinese physicist did describe the electron model having a flaw perfectly. That there are mishaps in physics where everything isn't just always right. Like, they just think that all the scientists or the physicists are right. A lot of shit in physics, niggas don't know what it is. Dead ass. Like, a lot of it is like undefined. Dead ass. Like, a lot of it, like damn near all of it. You're talking about 90 fucking % of it is barely describable.
Doesn't put amount of time that you have put in. Credibility after one time.
Together, there's that approach, but then the idea of using resonance, something that we've always been able to use. You know, you can, the same way you're able to blow on a sheet of paper or hum and see something vibrate, that's something flowed. That's something that's always been used. And the amount of songs, like if you think about the Walls of Jericho, and they went around it 7 times, singing, hitting a particular tone, and using harmonic or sympathetic harmonies to either break or to bring things together. There's a number of ways of using frequency. That's how I think all of that stuff was built.
He thinks the pyramids were built with frequency. Let's talk to the physicist. The physicist is basically saying that the electron model has flaws in it.
What was your...
In which Terrence Howard is describing that we have electromagnetism, but he's saying that the two described forces are gravity. So he's saying that gravity is the draft of the discharge of their interaction with each other, right? Because what he's trying to describe is the fact that, and when I was reading his thing, he said negative and imaginary dimensions. He's basically saying that you can only mathematically describe a negative or slash negative dimension, but there's no physical area where you're going to describe a negative dimension. Where can I get negative paper wrapper? Never, right? It doesn't exist. That's what he's trying to describe. But people are like, oh, he's an idiot. He's this. And it's like, come on.
Impression of the exchange between the two.
I know one of the focuses on the statement, Terrence made by 1 times 1 equals 2.
Yes.
Now the 1 times 1 equals 2, I don't know. That's a little brain dead. And I think that's where people fall off, is the 1 times 1 equals 2. But everything else seems magical. Because one set of one, what he's getting at is that you can't descriptively have 1. There's always more. You can't descriptively have 0 either. There's always more. I had a theory on 0 as well. But so what he's trying to say is, right, so like we have like 1 times 1 would be like you know, something in a box, right? And that would be 1 times 1. And so like scaling for it would just be 1. But a set is the numerical value in a mathematical construct of 1 times 1. We have one set of 1. But what is a set? Where's a tangible set? A set doesn't even exist. A set is only the measurement of a physical area in which you capture. Well, space is always going. So how can we even say physical area? How can we give 1? That means the whole universe is 1. So how can we describe 1 times 1 as 1 if the whole universe is 1? How can one thing be in a set if the set is the entire universe? You know?
And I believe
that's what he's trying to get at, but math just describes it a lot more simpler, right? Because it's just saying, well, if you got a box of one thing, then that's the set. That's the space that you're confined into. But the universe says we're all 1. So how are you going to 1 times 1 with one set of 1?
A lot of focus on this statement. In my view, of course, on my conventional view, I would.
They were like, all of this new renormalization makes this stuff bad.
Where's it at?
Expand my statement, say why we get the electron wrong and why it's so significant.
Okay.
So I believe from the 1785, the French physicist Coulomb proposed the Coulomb's law. It says there are 2 types of charges. One is negative, one is positive.
Mm-hmm.
And the like charge repel, unlike charge attract. This is a fundamental law. It's a great discovery. However,
it's wrong.
The mistake is he described the 2 charges carried by 2 separate particles.
Instead of having everything.
Instead of having them all together electromagnetically. Meaning their move creates the draft in space and time, which creates gravity.
Being both positive, having both attractors and...
So like a magnet, or how a magnet has negative and positive sides to it.
And detractive.
Same thing with a battery.
Things. It's a dipole. It's not a monopole. And the way they're seeing it, how can something, this is something that always got me. How can you can say something is charged, positively charged, how can it be negatively charged? How can you negatively charge something? A negative charge is a discharge, means that it's coming out of it in comparison to attracting into it. So their entire terms of a negatively charged particle is wrong. It's a discharging particle.
Can let me strengthen
Yes.
your idea.
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a brilliant, a discovery, and the root cause of our physics. So now people would say, how do you know electron? How can we get the electron wrong? Entire modern technology is built on electrons, right? So that's why all the interpretations are needed to be rewritten. So let's assuming electron is negative charged and proton is a positive charge. Now, what happens if we split electron into 2 halves? Hypothetically split, geometrically split. What do we get? 2 negative charge particles?
2 negative charge particles that come together and make a
Can
positive.
we put the 2 negative charge particles together?
No. Negative things are
That's a cook. Oh
always
my
going to push each other
gosh.
away. They're always going to push. They're always going to push each other.
They describe it as 2. They describe the same particle as positive and negative, but if you split the same particle, it'll become the same thing. So it can't. I mean, they low-key onto some shit, bruh. And they try to call this man stupid. That's crazy.
Coulomb's law. So it cannot exist in this universe, or if there's other universe.
It cannot.
Ever.
And think about Kirchhoff's law regarding the black body. Now, this is where Planck, if you could look up Kirchhoff,
Planck scale.
This is where the Planck model came from. Max Planck was working off of his model, and part of the radiation from Kirchhoff's law was that a black body, it's always going to radiate into these individual cavities, and these cavities are not going to be dependent on the temperature of the walls. They're going to be dependent upon the temperature of what came in there. That was all wrong. Kirchhoff's entire law is wrong, and that's what Planck was based off of. But you look at the Planck model and think about it. It talks about if you want to do a Planck charge and all of these things, you have to use gravity. Gravity is included in there, and the speed of light is included in there. But gravity at the Planck charge, at the Planck point, is not.
Has no effect at the quantum level. It says it has no effect, but it has very low effect. Or they say that there's no measure. They say that there's, at the Planck scale, there's no measurable effect, but at the quantum level, they say that there's low effect of gravity.
Not supposed to be an effect. It's not supposed to. When you get down to the quantum area, gravity is not something that's able to affect those small areas. So why is gravity part of Planck's constant, or the speed of light, which we know changes constantly depending upon the medium that it's going in there. So having the speed of light as a constant, having gravity as a constant in Planck's charge lets you know that this is the Planck's charge, that Planck's, the entire Planck number is false, because they've changed the speed of light. Now they've attached it to another thing in order, instead of, so that the speed of light doesn't fluctuate, they've attached it to the measurement itself. So it's always going to be the measurement. That's wrong. That's fudgery. Rupert Sheldrake talked about that, about morphisms, with the speed of light being fudged and changed. So all of their principles are seemingly fudged.
Who has...
Now, the one thing I don't understand is, like, I mean, is this nigga trying to go to another dimension? Like, what is he trying to get at with this? Does he think, like, like what I'm on is like, where can we use this to innovate technology greater, even having a deeper understanding of gravity? Because I don't think it changes anything. I think he may just refine the definition. Like, all it does is really redefine definitions. Like, if we're trying to build a car, we're still going to use the car with the same, the same shit, right? Like, maybe if we're building a spaceship and we need to go, some crazy ass speed, or we need to figure out how to volumetrically, ascend ourselves into another dimension or some shit, maybe that'll come in handy. But other than that, the use of our math is still works and it's still good. The rest of it's kind of
question is over the years, like what
I think it's a good mental gymnastics. Is a good thought experiment, but yeah, I don't know, because he says that an entire VR world was built off of his patents, and he created tangential flight, which is the ability to fly around your own center of mass. And so if he did do that using these things, that would be cool and entertaining. But I mean, fundamentally, some of that stuff you're going to be using basic mathematics. I don't think you're going to be using all of it with some new invention of math. I think he has a very good, he has a good thing for like aerodynamics and aeronautics. So he would be good at like building ships, or like engineering feats would be his criteria. But math, it doesn't really make sense, because the math, he's good at physics and engineering. His math is not that great. And it's not that I don't think it's not that great. I don't think that it's useful, because you have to use tangible items to get them to work, right?
What scientists?
Dirac, Feynman, all of them questioned it. That's why they were like, all of this new renormalization makes this stuff bad.
So now you are running at the speed of light. Okay, I'm gonna just try to bring the audience on. So if we say it's wrong, very easy to say. What is right? What is really, we talk about the electron, really what it is? He mentioned about it. So if we cannot have a single charge particle, what happens? The so-called electron, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Are carried both positive and the negative charge as one particle. Now I want to question the audience. What kind of particle in this world? I know everybody since 3 years old. You know this term. What carry both of charge?
A magnet.
Do you have a guess?
Hydrogen. Everything.
Oh, you are talking about, in
The full
chemical
charge.
terms.
Sorry.
I'm talking about in terms of what type of a particle, not that.
Electromagnets?
Magnets.
Yes.
Magnets.
Magnets is the one it carries both negative and positive charges. And I will explain this, some misconception about the charge and the magnetism. But so-called the electron is actually dipolar magnets.
Why does this matter? What
Great
does this
questions.
reveal?
So-called electron is bipolar magnet. So he's talking about. So this describes electromagnetism.
Let me expand. Let's say,
please.
Because of we assuming electron is a negative charge particle, so then, there's a great Niels Bohr build his Bohr's model, right?
Yeah.
Build the Bohr's model. Say, hey, we have a positive charge nucleus, and we have a negative charge the electron. How can we measure them? Because we assume atom is neutralized, right? How can we measure them with a negative particle and positive particle? And the one assumption is that they cannot in contact. Once they are in contact, that's create matter-antimatter annihilation. So if they are not in contact, how this atomic model has to work to prevent negative charge and the neutron and protons in the nucleus attract them each other? It has to be rotated. It has to rotate, create a revolution, or we can spin.
And this is what I was saying. The spin is not because of some spinners. The spin is coming from the balance of action and reaction. Because of the resistance, the spin has to occur. Because everything in the universe is balanced, in order for it to interact, it has to spin around it, and which means that it is a finite and confined space, because otherwise it would just keep moving away from each other. But the fact that it spins tighter.
So rotate.
Ooh, it contracts. Wow. Dude. See, my whole thing with is the universe finite or not? My whole thing was well, obviously it's not, because if it were, that means everything ever would happen ever. I feel like that's the easiest way. That was just my instant. Anytime there was an accident, I was that would mean that fucking Superman comes in here, chokes me, and slams my neck into the fucking ground, because it's infinite. That means everything that would ever happen, ever, would happen. What would stop it? Is this my last name? Nigga, this is my last name. I swear this is my last name. This is literally my last name. I tell you no lie. It's literally my signature right here. What is my signature doing here?
It would just keep moving away from each other. But the fact that it spins tighter.
So rotation
would just, because the spin is coming from the balance of action and reaction. Because of the resistance, the spin has to occur. Because everything in the universe is balanced, in order for it to interact, it has to spin around it, and which means that it is a finite and confined space, because otherwise it would just keep moving away from each other. But the fact that it spins tighter.
So rotation is...
But I think spin is a little bit more complicated in which he's describing it. Let me show you this video here with spin. There's a very complicated video on it. Is this it? Yeah, the geometric explanation. They don't spin. Yeah, look at this. So here's the description. Here's the picture of it. Here's that, right? This is how it looks. Looks like that. Look at this. I watched this video video like 3 times. So I'm gonna kind of skim through it because this guy describes spin. He describes spin the best I've ever seen anyone describe spin ever. Okay, we're gonna go to just the state spaces and then let's see. Group theory.
A group in mathematics is a set of operations which can be combined or reversed. For example, the set of quarter-turn rotations, 0 degrees, 90 degrees, 180 degrees, and 270 degrees forms a group, a set of operations that can be combined or reversed. Groups are very useful.
Okay, that's all you really need to know about that.
Can manifest itself and act on object. Let's consider these 3 gemstones and look at how they transform under the action of rotations. The rotation group has no effect on the blue stone. The red stone, on the other hand, changes, and each of the 4 operations generates a new, unique appearance. Finally, the green stone changes after the first rotation, but returns to its initial state as soon as the second rotation occurs. The blue stone is always in the same state, the red stone can adopt one of 4 states, and the green stone one of 2 states. Let's now imagine that these stones represent particles. As physicists, we know neither the appearance nor the structure of particles. They are fundamental objects, elementary building blocks without dimension. However, we know that some particles can adopt different states depending on their orientation. And even if we do not perceive these different states at our scale, we can imagine that they would have some sort of physical effect during experiments. Let's invent a new abstract space, the state space, in which we plot each state that a particle can adopt. Each particle has its own state space. Let's now rotate the red particle by 90 degrees. Its state has changed. We can say it too has rotated in the abstract space of states.
Okay, that's all you really need to know about that. Alright, now let's get to spin.
In order to make calculations and predictions, physicists want to model the world in the language of mathematics. Instead of buttons, bottles, or playing cards, they look to mathematical tools to describe objects. A spin 0 object will generally be modeled as a point or a number, which has no orientation and always keeps the same state. A spin 1 object will generally be modeled by a vector, a sort of arrow, which changes when it is rotated. Finally, a spin 2 object will usually be modeled by a rank 2 tensor, which can roughly be thought of as a double vector, and which returns to its state after only 180 degrees. So far, we have focused on the group Z4. In reality, physicists are interested in all possible rotations of spacetime. Still, the idea remains the same. If we know the various representations, ways in which rotations can affect an object, we have a catalogue of mathematical tools to model the universe. This is precisely how physicists have described particles. Some particles have spin number 0, like the Higgs boson. Its state doesn't change, and we therefore describe it by a field of numbers. Others have spin number 1, like the photon, which constitutes light. Light has a directionality called its polarization, which only returns to its initial direction after 360 degrees. It is this polarization which allows polarized lenses to block certain light depending on its orientation. Light is described by a vector field, the electromagnetic field. Finally, the graviton, the still hypothetical particle of gravity, would have a spin number 2, because in general relativity, we describe gravity by a field of rank 2 tensors, which return to their state after only a 180 degrees.
Still a hypothetical particle, by the way. Think about that. Think about that. It's not even a real particle. It doesn't even exist. Gravity don't exist.
Relativity, we describe gravity by a field of rank 2 tensors, which return to their state after only a 180 degrees rotation. This spin 2 property is found in...
It's an ontological parasitic relation between mass, space, and time. And if you don't know what ontologically parasitic means, a great Vsauce Michael here helped us describe this perfectly. See this circle here? Now, is that a circle? Or is this my hand in a circular mannerism? Meaning, it only exists with the existence of my hand. Without it, it does not exist. It is ontologically parasitic. It needs the relation between 2 things in order for it to visualize or empirically become something real. If it is not, it is not real. That's why gravity is still a hypothesized particle. It's because you'll never be able to get one. You'll never be able to get a graviton. That's why they still haven't found one. You're not going to find it. It's not how it works. You're on a fabric. How are you going to, think about a blank sheet of paper. How are you going to get a piece of, you only have the space and time. Space and time is the fabric. You only got the fucking paper. You bend the paper a little bit. The gravity is the little curvature in the paper. How you going to grab? It's not a particle. It doesn't exist. Duh.
In the very structure of gravitational waves, which deform space in 2 perpendicular directions with a symmetry of 180 degrees. In short, the
Where's
spin
it
number
at? Where's
indicates
it at?
which
There's a
mathematical tools can be used to
simulated,
describe particles according to how they
there's a
react to rotations.
simulated box he does for
But what
these.
about electrons? And more generally fermions, the particles of matter? We often hear that these particles have neither spin 0, 1, nor 2, but 1/2.
Wait, hold on. I think this is the wrong one. There's one where he does like a great expose on it, where he shows the actual movement. Oh damn, they don't upload videos often. I understand. This shit takes a lot to. It's a lot. But when they do, they make sure they get it right. I could be I'm thinking of quantum field theory, but I think he describes spin in here. Yeah, here it is. Here's the description.
To begin with, let's start with field theory. To begin with, let's start with an empty universe. Relativity teaches us that the fabric of the universe is space-time. To simplify, we will represent only 2 dimensions of space, as well as the dimension of time. We now want to fill our universe with content, matter. We saw previously that all particles of the same type, for example all electrons, appear perfectly identical, as if they were only local manifestations of a single underlying object, which would fill the whole universe. A field. To add content to our universe, we will therefore start by adding a field. In mathematics, a field is like a fluid which fills all spacetime, each point of which is populated by a mathematical object. It can be a field of numbers, vectors, or other more exotic objects.
This is what I'm getting at. You see how it's just like, this shit's moving and shit, like it moves around. It doesn't just move like a spin, like it moves. Where like it does spin, but like parts of it moves is what like
objects.
Weird.
That said, special relativity imposes some restrictions. It forces us to respect certain symmetries, which correspond to the geometry of spacetime. Symmetries of translation.
It's like it leaves a draft. Like the spin leaves extra spinny stuff.
Rotation, or changing frame of reference. These symmetries are only respected by certain mathematical objects, and we can classify them with a parameter, spin.
See? Perfect example.
The simplest objects that we can use are numbers. We give them spin 0 because when we rotate space around a number, it does not vary. Vectors, on the other hand, indicate a direction in space. Their appearance depends on the orientation in which they are observed. We assign them spin 1 because when we rotate space by a full turn, a vector also describes a full turn. Finally, relativity also allows other more exotic objects, and in particular spinners, which have spin 1/2. You have to make 2 turns around a spinner for it to come back to its initial state. All these mathematical objects seem very abstract, and some are difficult to understand, but technically they all obey the symmetries of relativity, and are therefore potential candidates with which we could fill our universe. In addition to imposing the types of objects that are allowed, space-time symmetries also set restrictions on the way objects behave inside the field. Each symmetry forces the field to respect conservation of certain quantity over time. To obey relativity, our field must respect conservation of energy, momentum, angular momentum, and velocity of the center of mass. Moreover, the mathematical objects themselves can contain symmetries of their own. If we decide to form a field with complex numbers, for example, they exhibit an internal symmetry, which implies the conservation of another quantity over time related to the very nature of complex numbers, the electric charge. At this stage, we have a spacetime.
So it's almost like there's 2 simultaneous anti and positive universe dimensions all happening at once, and when they come together, maybe it's, you know, the hypothetical tachyon where they come together at once to simulate in our sort of positive world that we see that's made of like basic stuff maybe, and there is still there is still maybe, I mean, because he's talking about this is an imaginary dimension, which I guess he's kind of right, but like that doesn't disprove the fact that it could possibly be a thing, right? But we are just inferring that negative dimensions exist because positive dimensions exist, right? So you're talking about like, you know, your negative positive charge collapsing together to try to create something of relativity. But I mean, yeah, we are assuming it. He's basically saying that it's no use of a negative dimension in our dimension because everything we have is positive. Negativity is still a scale, like it's still a measurement or a metric you can use to sculpt, like negative dimensions are in sculpting and architecture, agriculture. They exist. They just don't exist in like a sense of physical, tangible items. right? There's no tangible item that's negative, but you can sculpt a negative dimension in an item. You know?
Which we are filled with a field, which satisfies all the restrictions imposed by special relativity.
Like
but our goal is to describe the microscopic world, so it's time to turn our
dimension.
field into a quantum field. In quantum mechanics, to transform a classical object into a quantum object, we allowed it to adopt several positions at the same time, with more or less probability. Similarly, to transform a classical field into a quantum field, we allow it to adopt several configurations, multiple ways it can evolve, with more or less importance. Over time, our field evolves as a superposition of all possible scenarios. Transitioning from a classical field to a quantum field results in a very interesting property. Just like an electron in an atom has well-defined energy levels, a quantum field also has energy levels. It can only contain an integer number of disturbances, quanta of energy, that can appear or disappear. These are particles. Much like a wave on the surface of water, a particle is simply a disturbance which propagates within the field. A quantum field is also agitated by fluctuations, which keep popping in and out of existence. These are called virtual particles.
Yeah,
these virtual particles exist only very briefly, so that it is strictly impossible to observe them.
It's so the quantum realm makes no sense. It really doesn't, because you're telling me that the shit doesn't exist, but it does exist, and that it's constantly vibrating, and there's constant waves, and there's constant, like, what are they talking about? Like, quantum mechanics has always been such a fucking, like, there's got to be something up there, because it just doesn't make sense. What's happening in the quantum realm? Like, what is happening there? Because they're like these two quantum particles, when observed, collapse. But the observation isn't your consciousness. It's when it's interacted with. So it could be wind, it could be any form. But you know what I think? And this could be a stupid theory, or it could be an amazing theory. I think that consciousness, just like everything else, is on a spectrum. And we are higher in consciousness, and other things that are stupid are lower in consciousness. So it doesn't matter that, like, my brain is firing off electrons. It's firing off electricity in my brain. And so is an electron. So an electron interacting with it is still a conscious thing. It's still alive. It's still electromagnetically buoyant. They exist because they're asymptotically and atomically real. So to sit here and be like the quantum realm doesn't exist from the observation of your consciousness is a stupid bait, because everything's conscious, because everything is electromagnetically connected to each other. Duh. So I think that consciousness exists on a spectrum. Like, what's his name? Chris Langan said it's generically conscious. It's on a spectrum. There's a spectroscopy to it. Because and through quantum gravity, what's happening is the universe is staring at me, and I'm staring at the universe. So I'm the universe's way of knowing it's alive, and the universe is my way of knowing I'm alive.
Step by step, our model universe is getting closer to reality. We now describe a spacetime filled with a quantum field, inside which move disturbances, particles, in a soup of fluctuations, virtual particles.
And what's even crazier is the universe is only on a particular spectrum that I can see. That means that there's way more shit happening around me that I can't even see and interact with. So that lets you know that you're in a perfectly tuned illusion that is like perfect. It's like perfectly refined. It's perfectly refined. Everything works perfectly. You ever notice that? Everything so conveniently works. Like, why does everything conveniently work? There's gotta be a creator. Someone created it. Someone did. It's just, you can't accidentally make it to perfectly tune everything to everything.
In our universe, several fields coexist and constitute different families of particles.
I feel like if you're an atheist, I could see being agnostic. If you're atheist, you're just lost. Like even math proves that God exists. You're just lost if you're atheist. I'm sorry.
Some are vector fields, spin 1, and the particles they contain are photons, Z and W bosons, and gluons. Others are fields of spinners, spin 1/2. They are the fermions that make up matter: quarks, electrons, muons, tau particles, and neutrinos. Finally, there is a field of spin 0, the Higgs field. Among all these...
The Higgs field. Yeah. Grants mass to all particles. Where's the leptons at? Don't see any. The Higgs is just a long-ass field that grants mass to all particles. I had a theory that the interaction with the Higgs field would definitely have you shifting. You could definitely shift parallel universes because it attracts. Once you interact with it, it attracts. So the explosion then attracts things. But then people try to basically dupe me and basically say that, oh, well, all they're doing is just they're just smashing particles together constantly. That's all they're doing. They're just smashing particles together. They're just smashing them really fast at really fast rates using superconductivity so that there's nothing to interact with them on their way, and they're just smashing them and they're just trying to smash them to discover the particle. They spent $7 billion on a machine to discover a particle. And I was like, whoa, if you really think about it, space is a vacuum. And if you're interacting with a thing that creates and grants all mass to it, you possibly could suck us all into that fucking vacuum because you're interacting with it. Not only that, it's also attracting everything because it attracts. So you're attracting us to the field. So the field that grants mass to everything could be splitting a ton, like through a string theory or through quarks. So it's splitting a ton, and you just get a new universe on an infinite amount of times. Just like when they say if you go back in time and you were to kill someone's Lincoln, you'd be killing another person's Lincoln. Well, that's because you're splitting, like there's universes constantly splitting, constantly. So if you're interacting with a field that's granting mass to constant universes, if there are a multiverse or a multitude of universes happening at an asymptotic rate, well, then that would mean that interacting with the Higgs field could possibly get you, your Mandela effects, because you're now interacting with a field that's attracting to the point in which you're exploding the particle. And I think if you were able to do all the calculations, you could possibly find yourself in the best possible solution of the universe you want. Like you could literally like refine where in space you hit the particle and where in space you smash the particle and at what time and at what frequency and at what vibration. And if you just refined it immensely, there is a possibility.
Fields,
now that was my little like schizo theory, right? It's just a schizo theory. But basically that's not what it is. And they just made the machine just to discover the Higgs boson. That's all they did. They made the machine to discover it, and there you go. Not that it could create a black hole and suck us all in it.
Have internal symmetries, which provide them with quantities that are conserved over time. Charges, which distinguish their particles between several versions. We saw previously that fields formed with complex numbers have a symmetry, which gives them their electric charge. This symmetry allows us to distinguish two versions of the particles, one with positive charge, the other with negative charge. This is antimatter. In a way, the
antimatter. They also tried to define, or they found antimatter. That was also another thing that they got, which would prove another dimension. Do we have antimatter? I'm pretty sure antimatter costs like a ton of money. Yes, antimatter exists. It has been produced in a laboratory. Not through large quantities. While it's not a common substance, scientists have created antiparticles, anti-atoms, and anti-elements. A tiny amount of antimatter also naturally rains down on Earth from cosmic rays. No macroscopic amount of antimatter has ever been assembled due to extreme costs and difficulty of production and handling. Minuscule antiparticles have been generated at particle accelerators. Tiny shit, tiny little particles.
The antiparticle is the complex conjugate of the ordinary particle. Other fields also have more exotic symmetries. The quark fields, for example, exhibit symmetry which assigns them another charge, the color charge, which must also be conserved over time, and that allows us to separate quarks into three versions: red, green, and blue. The set of all these fields that make up the content of
Oh, that's what I said before. So there's like a bunch of, on the electromagnetic spectrum, there's a bunch of shit you can't even see. So think about it, like, we're interacting with shit on a day-to-day basis. You can't even see the shit. You can't see UV, you can't see Bluetooth. There's Bluetooth happening right now. You can't see the Wi-Fi. You can't see, but I bet you there's other animals. I want to know that. Are there other animals that can see like Wi-Fi and shit? I want to know that. Like blue. Oh shit, can they, there's got to be some animals that can see some shit that we can't see. Like I know that there's a apparently there's a like some like clam, or like some like it's that one like crawfish or some shit that it has like it can see way more colors. It's like super colorful, and it can see more colors than we have because it has like a bunch of like receptors that can see a bunch of colors. And it can see colors that we can't see or some shit like that. Like it has other colors that we can't. It's insane. It's insane. See like Wi-Fi signals or some shit. Wait, can others see? Oh, imagine. Could you imagine? No. Evolved to see that range. Operates in the so far visible spectrum. Could you imagine? Let me see. Some while others see few, humans have a trichromatic vision, means that they can distinguish colors using 3 types of cones in their eyes: red, green, and blue. Many animals have dichromatic vision, like dogs and cats who see only blue and yellow, making their world appear muted to us. Conversely, animals like bees and birds have tetrachromatic, or even more complex vision, allowing them to see colors outside the visible spectrum movements, including ultraviolet light. This one, the mantis shrimp, this is what it is. Look at this shit. Is a crustacean known for exceptional visual abilities, possessing a unique color vision system and the ability to detect polarized light, ultraviolet light. They have 12 color receptors in their eyes, allowing them to perceive a much wider range of colors than humans. Additionally, their polarization vision is thought to be facilitated by tiny hairs in their eyes. Look at this shit. And apparently this thing has the strongest punch in the world. It has like a super strong punch, and it's super loud. Look at this shit. Oh my gosh. How fucking creepy. How the fuck did we discover all this shit? Like, nigga, humans be tweaking, I ain't gonna lie. Humans be tweaking for real.
Our universe
But
is the standard model.
Like, why do we go down? Why did we go to the ocean and find that shit? Like, what were we doing? We was bored. Niggas was so bored. They went to the bottom of the ocean and found that.
Particle physics. To this day, this is the most accessible description of our universe on the microscopic scale.
Bro, you gotta really think about that. Like, some nigga got so bored one day, he like, nigga, I'm about to go to the bottom of the ocean. And he found that. He found that shit. And then he picked one up and started. One nigga picked that bitch up and it punched him and it fucked his shit up. But one nigga went down there successfully and got him. And they started playing with him. That's insane. The first nigga to take that punch, he gone.
Our model universe now contains the same particles as our real universe. However, it still isn't realistic. Indeed, the symmetries of space-time force all particles to move in straight lines forever, independently one from the other. To finally,
I think it's what Terrence Howard was talking about.
Complete our model, all we have to do is add one more fundamental ingredient. We independently one from the other. It still isn't realistic. Indeed, the symmetries of space-time force all particles to move in straight lines forever, independently one from the other. To finally complete our model, all we have to do is add one more fundamental ingredient. We need to allow these fields to interact with each other.
Have curvature.
To understand, let's focus on one of the simplest interactions, between the photon field and the electron field. We will allow an electron to emit or absorb a virtual photon, and vice versa. Allowing only this simple interaction will have drastic consequences. For instance, in the following situation. We start with 2 electrons motionless. Over time, the 2 electrons progress towards the future. At first, one might think that the 2 electrons remain motionless indefinitely, but that would be forgetting that our electrons are constantly moving through the photon field, with which we allow them to interact. We saw that a quantum field realizes all possible evolutions at the same time. In a way, each evolution describes a scenario, and in some of these scenarios, the electrons will interact with the photon field. In this scenario, for example, the electron emits a virtual photon at a certain instant, which carries away part of its momentum, and the virtual photon is absorbed a little later by the other electron. In this other scenario, the electrons exchange this time 2 photons. Or again, in this third, more complex scenario, the electron emits a virtual photon, which is converted into a pair of virtual electron and positron that annihilate together into a virtual photon, which finally ends up absorbed by the second electron.
See, I was supposed to end,
By exchanging part of their
but now I'm
momentum
intrigued.
carried by virtual particles, the 2 electrons will in some scenarios get closer, and in others get further apart. Now consider the following analogy. On a guitar, a string can vibrate with different frequencies, each of which corresponds to a pure sound. But when we pluck the string, it starts to vibrate in a superposition of all these frequencies with more or less amplitude. And the synthesis of all...
This right here is like the scaling problem.
When we pluck the string, it starts to vibrate in a superposition of all these frequencies with more...
This is like the scaling problem for the 3-body solution. This is what I was trying to get at. It's like that. It's too much shit going on. Look, I was looking at it earlier, the visualization of it. Or 3rd-body problem. I don't know why I call it solution. I want to solve it so badly. Problem, visualization. Look at it. So this is how it looks. My shitty example was a shitty drawing. It's just too much movement. Right? It's just too much movement. I seen one earlier that was really easy, but like this is it, right? Is it? See? Look. How you gonna predict that? Write me an equation that can fix that. Wait a minute. Could you use Fibonacci? It looks like there's a dimensional line that's going through it like that. You get what I mean? Are you with me? Like a cylindric line. Kind of like this area. So you see how it's concentrically coming into like a Fibonacci constant? There's a dimension that's going through it. Are you with me? There's a dimension here that's cylindric in a manner that's like through and through, and the curvature that's moving around it is Fibonacci-like. So it may be like a fourth dimensional solution or something. I don't know. You see that right there? This is what I was talking about before. The curvature is creating a curvature. That's what makes it so hard. But generally, like, I don't know, to solve it, he's going for a harmonic resonance of everything. Let's see.
Required to create.
Wait. Sorry.
More or less amplitude. And the synthesis of all these pure sounds together with different amplitudes is what makes the total sound produced by the string. Similarly, a quantum field evolves according to every possible scenario with more or less amplitude, and it is the synthesis of all these scenarios together that describe the real evolution of the physical system. In particular, in our example, when we add up all these possibilities, we observe that overall our two electrons are more and more deflected. They feel a force repelling them because of the exchanges of virtual photons. This is the electromagnetic force. And if instead we had started with an electron and a positron of opposite charge, the amplitude of the different scenarios would have been different, resulting this time in an overall attraction force. By allowing particles to interact and exchange momentum, quantum field theory explains how forces arise from simple symmetries, the symmetries of the fields which make up our universe. To conclude, quantum field theory is a mathematical recipe for building a model universe. We start with an empty spacetime, which we fill with quantum fields that satisfy the symmetries of special relativity. Quantum field theory thus makes it possible to construct a quantum description of our universe which satisfies the constraints imposed by relativity. By allowing fields to interact with each other, this theory makes it possible to predict with astounding precision the phenomena that govern our universe. According to quantum field theory, the evolution of our universe is described as the synthesis of all possible scenarios at the microscopic scale. That being said, this description remains incomplete, as even though it satisfies special relativity, quantum field theory cannot be unified with general relativity, which describes gravitation by the curvature of spacetime. Some results of the theory can already be calculated in curved spacetimes, such as the prediction that black holes evaporate over time. However, scientists are still looking for a unified theory that would explain microscopically why spacetime gets curved, and would reconcile the infinitely large with the infinitely small, gravity with quantum, a theory of everything. Quickly, why spacetime gets curved, and would reconcile the infinitely large with the infinitely small, gravity with quantum, a theory of everything. The black holes evaporate over time. However, scientists are still looking for a unified theory that would explain microscopically why spacetime gets curved, and would reconcile the infinitely large with the infinitely small, gravity with quantum, a theory of everything.
There it is. Terrence Howard figured it out. It's the draft left over from the electromagnetic interactions. Theory of everything. There you go.
Action, because of the resistance, the spin has to occur. Because everything in the universe is balanced, in order for it to interact, it has to spin around it, and which means that it is a finite and confined space, because otherwise it would just keep moving away from each other. But the fact that it spins tighter.
So rotation is required to create a centrifugal force to balance the electromagnetic attraction. So that's where comes the Bohr's model. And this model is built based on negative charge particle and the positive charge nucleus. If both nucleus and the electron protons are magnetic particles,
they are
they going to have this rotating? Do they need this rotating? No. They are naturally connected. So atomic model, so what I found, atomic model has no rotation part whatsoever in atomic model. There's no rotation. It's only what the parts may vibrate.
It's all vibratory oscillations.
Obviously, that's how light's created, due to vibration.
Everything
waves.
is resonance. Nothing, there is no solid matter. It's not a force-based universe. It's a harmony-based universe. And therefore, that's why everything has the prime resonant frequency by which it bonds or break bonds. You can manipulate anything into anything else by creating the right harmonic or resonant conditions. That's everything that we've been talking about.
So we got superpowers. Let's go.
We don't need, the reason it's important is now you're able to manipulate the universe without hurting the universe. We don't have to use barbaric measures anymore. We can now take the subspace in energy that's coming from another thing, they've gotten rid of the ether. Now this entire thing is, so they've created all these other particles to carry these charges. All these particles to carry these charges that used to be carried by the ether. They got rid of the ether, and then it was like, but light has to be carried on a wave. The ether has always been that way. But what we've proven with the wave conjugations, back to the other question you asked, the wave conjugations, the linchpin, and the all shapes, mirrored all shapes, these create the conditions of the ether. They define the ether in itself that allows all this stuff to move. And what they're angry about is not that I just have the patterns, but also the super grand unifying supersymmetry plus now the equations that prove everything that I've been saying. That's why I wanted you to see the papers before.
Yeah.
And the three-body problem, solving that now with the idea of the proton and the energy of the electron. Now we're able to manipulate the universe's energy. By rebuilding the planet Saturn without gravity, now we can use that, now we can manipulate the energy of the universe to create any condition we want. Now that's the end of oil. That's the end of big tech because they have to change everything out. But that's going to happen anyway because we're behind the gun.
Are you considered a rebel amongst your peers? Would they consider you a rebel or no?
I believe some generally outside my circle, they, because I basically keep my discovery in-house and everything. When I did a lot of lecturing or public speaking to university and conference, and they have a serious talk with physicists, they would agree with me after normally half hour or 1 hour conversation, they would agree with me. Let me extend your questions. You ask great questions. What's the significance? If electrons are not a single charged particle, it's actually a dipolar magnet. So they are impossible have an atomic model with something orbiting around a positive charged particle. It was naturally connected. So in a real atom, like all the images with technology, we all see just like a lattice shape of the sesame ball, the lattice shape. They have an elasticity, that means they have a distance, but they cannot separate it. They have elasticity to recovery. So the significance is if there is no principal orbit, right? So there is no such concept of quantum jump, quantum leap, which is a very, very controversial odd concept at the time during the year, Niels Bohr proposed this one. Because in reality, the solar, let's use the solar system.
You don't see a planet jump into another orbit.
Right.
Out of nowhere. Planets don't Mercury doesn't jump into Venus's orbit. That's what he's talking about. None of these stuff, there was none of these huge jumps that they were predicting with the electron model.
Can you pull that up, Rob? Because I fully understand what he's saying, but I want to visually show it. So orbit, meaning if there is,
just look up electron orbit. Yeah, you look up there.
Saying they're all like conglomerates together, and they're not going to the orbit's just not going to find itself in some other area because of the quantum leaping is just some weird abstract concept. I guess it's either made up or whatever. And so the electron, or like the atomic electron, it has that, like he's talking about like the elasticized. You ever see like a visualized atom, and it has that little like the Jimmy Neutron little like thing around it? It's never going to fly around. So why would a planet be doing that if it's atomically made of the same
electron
thing?
Orbit.
The orbit is always going to be concentrically together. And that proves that what Terrence Howard was saying before, in which if it's all spinning together, that means that the universe would have to be finite. Otherwise, it would be doing that. It would be going out and flying out everywhere. It would have no boundary. That means that third dimensionally, it's like everything is concentrically going in the same area and it's attracting to itself, meaning that it's going around itself in its own area. It's revolving in its own area. It needs the space. If it were some like infinitely going universe, everything ever would happen. Particles would just be flying. They were just going everywhere. And in his case, what he's talking about and describing with the ether is that it's a resonance with it. So the particles are not only just in their own attraction field, but they're also harmoniously moving with everything else. That's keeping everything contract and constricted.
And they believe that electrons spontaneously jump into
That's a good one.
orbits. Yeah.
Who's
S1,
they?
S2, S2.
Who's they?
Eric Weinstein, the standard model, their whole thing.
Standard model of particle physics. It's all based on the quantum.
But you have to match
orbits.
it. You're supposed to match it to natural phenomena.
Right. So look. Let's see.
Standard model of particle physics.
Model. There are S2, S2.
Who's they?
Eric.
So here it is. Greater distance, say, from nucleus. So there one is saying that the particle is jumping. It's quantum leaping into another area. So you got a superpower, yeah? That would mean that you'd be able to control your frequency to the point where you would literally be able to quantum leap into any life you wanted ever. Let's see. Nucleus 1, nucleus 2, nucleus 3, nucleus 4. Energy 0? How is energy at 0? How is it incapacitated? You mean to tell me that's the negative spin? Or the 0 spin? Has no direction. No matter where you spin it. It's completely concentric. Huh. So they're just saying that this shit just jumps from here to here. So it just goes from here to here. Oh, it waves. It's way over there. It's like a wave.
Weinstein, the
Vibrates over
standard
there.
model, their whole thing.
Standard model of particle physics. It's all based on the quantum.
But you have to match
orbits.
it. You're supposed to match it to natural phenomena. Can you imagine if the Earth out of nowhere just jumped into Mars's orbit? What that would do to the solar system, and have you ever experienced that in observing any of the other solar systems? Because what's large happens on the small, and what happens on the small happens on the large, because it all has to fit together. You can't have imaginary stories of, okay, this happens.
And that's what they were just describing about with the macro and minuscule scale, macro and minuscule scale, in describing the theory of everything. And look, the guy says it.
Theory cannot be unified with general relativity, which describes gravitation by the curvature of spacetime. Some results of the theory can already be calculated in curved spacetimes, such as the prediction that black holes evaporate over time. However, scientists are still looking for a unified theory that would explain microscopically why spacetime gets curved, and would reconcile the infinitely large with the infinitely small, gravity with quantum.
The infinity large with the infinity small.
Unified theory that would explain microscopically why spacetime gets curved, and would reconcile the infinitely large with the infinitely small, gravity with quantum, a theory of everything.
Gravity with quantum, theory of everything. It's not infinite. It's a scaling problem.
The quantum space, but it's prevented from happening in the macro space.
Can I
Yes, please.
enforce this concept? This quantum jump is different than solar orbit. Say Mercury suddenly, due to external force, drift to different orbits. It's totally different concept. In quantum mechanics, everything's fixed, and this jump cannot be continuous through space and time. It's not space-time, okay? Through space and time. It cannot say, somehow, from this one to other one, you cannot go through the space. You cannot have a time difference. It happens instantaneously. How that happens? It is, you have to, the matter has to, like Earth, has to entirely disappear, become a virtual pair, and then instantly appear on the other.
It has to vaporize and become a different pressure condition so that it can now fit into the next pressure condition. Solid things fit in solid.
But energy doesn't get destroyed, so that's impossible. It can't destroy itself. That means it would have to have its own consciousness, or it would have to know what it's doing. It wouldn't do it itself, and it can't be destroyed. So that means the energy was transferred in some way.
Spaces and tight high pressure systems.
Zero.
Vacuous things fit in low pressure conditions. And in order for the Earth or for anything, an electron, it has to change its condition, and that happens. It's called condensation. Everything happens in the condensation of one pressure condition compared to the next pressure.
Now let's compare that to the Bose-Einstein condensate, and let's see what we get.
And that condensation flips to the next space. It remains consistent. That's the crystallization, and that's what they've been lacking. Having the platonic solids,
as well.
utilizing them as a base, this Cartesian space that doesn't fit the universe, how it behaves. They're now getting blocks.
A time crystal? A time crystal is a quantum system where particles exhibit repetitive motion without losing energy. Similar to a perpetual motion machine, unlike regular crystals that repeat in space, time crystals repeat their pattern in both space and time. This time-based crystallization allows them to isolate at a set frequency without needing external energy. No energy loss, they move quick or tick at a specific frequency indefinitely without losing energy. Interesting.
To where they can make something fit linearly, but by the time, when we're talking about space, and space is curvature, you can't do a straight line out here.
Really cold quantum state. Time crystal.
Because everything is going to orbit this way. The reason the three-body problem was a big problem, because they could never dictate how the orbits were going to behave. They could do it with two bodies, but anytime you added a third body, it went into chaos. Well, us being able to solve the three-body problem, which I can't wait till you get a chance to look at and go through, but that's why I was asking you guys, please put it into your AI and see what the AI says, because the AI says, all it's lacking now is being verified. That we've actually solved the problem, but what that allows us to do now is being able to move in space, because we can predict where these orbits are going to go. It's no longer a chaos-based world, because now the world is based on harmony. It can be predicted, and they've made money from the loss and from the lack of understanding, and we are able to solve the Heisenberg problem. We're able to manipulate the Schrodinger equation, the Dirac equation, all of those papers we've done from the Howard comma having the right geometry. They missed the geometry. That's what they've been missing this entire time, and the fundamentals. Like, what's your thoughts on the universe? Is it finite or is it infinite? Or is it infinite?
Of course, infinite.
You think infinite?
Yes.
Now, I say it's finite, and this is the reason why. If you were to take anything inside the universe, let's say a pebble, and you drop it into a pond, and again, it expands out. If the universe was infinite, that would just expand out forever and would never come back. But because of once those expanding waves hit the edge of the pond and start returning back, they're hitting more expanding waves.
And then once they come back, then they can allow formity. So now they can create unity, and the space now contradicts it or constrains itself and becomes an actual solid area.
And now they're creating these standing waves. 200 IQ. These standing waves are the first geometry. So the proof of who we are, the fact that we have...
I don't know if that's actually the most definitive way to say that the universe is finite. I think it's a good example, but I think my example is the easiest way. If the universe were infinite, everything ever would ever happen. And you can't say it wouldn't, because it's infinite. Get what I mean? Like, even just the fact that a bubble is not infinite, shouldn't a bubble be infinite if the universe was infinite? Shouldn't a bubble always be constantly expanding if the universe were infinite? It has to be finite. We only have finite resources just in general. Has to be. It's just really big. That's all. It's just really big.
have shape happens not because we have shape from something inside pulling in. It's the returning waves that's meeting these expanding waves because we're in a
But
confined...
that doesn't mean that it stops. It could just be like there's a point where it stops off for our universe itself. But there's like other universes along with it. You know what I mean?
Universe. That confined finite space, having, if everything inside the universe has a boundary, and that boundary is expanding, then this bag holding this universe, this bag of bounded things, would ultimately be bounded by the very last particle. An object, go ahead.
In motion.
Yes, we have a different definition, understanding about the universe. In me, the universe considers space a three-dimensional space and time. So, right. Of course, in Terence's explanation, you have a boundary. I believe he was talking about the boundary, so he mentioned about the ether. The so-called the ether, I do believe light have nothing to do with a particle. Light is a wave. In order for a wave to propagate, wave need a carrier, which is, if we do not use the ether, so I would say it's electron, is a magnetic, it's a magnetic medium, electromagnetic medium. So now let's talk about, he said that the boundary. I said that the universe of three-dimensional space is infinite.
Yeah, he's right. Because that's what we were talking about in our example here. Here. This is what's happening. Look. The photon is emitted once the electron is carried out in the vector. Where is it at?
Will interact with the photon field.
See? Right here. In order for it to interact. Look at that. Oh my gosh, dude. This is just... It's too good. I love it.
And the time is infinite. However, I did not mention, say, hey, the medium, the light carrying electromagnetic, the medium has to be infinite. So for, let's say, for each solar system, we may have a concentrated medium, has a boundary. So either traveling to somewhere, coming back, you will see that one, right?
Yes.
Does not exclude, entire universe does not have a vacuum space without even medium. So what happens to that location? You will never see light. No. However, whenever we can see light from the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago, since we can see the light, so we know there is a field with the medium throughout our visible universe.
I want to share something. One of the papers that I sent over to you guys, this was the...
throughout our 13.8 billion years ago, since we can see the light, so we know there is a field with the medium throughout our visible universe.
So because we can see the light from the Big Bang, he knows there's a field, aka the ether, in his words, the ether, that allows us to see visible light. So it's interacting with the field.
I want to share something. One of the papers that I sent over to you guys, this was the abstract, and it was the necessity of a finite universe, a wave-based mathematical framework. This is what...
Which one is this? If
this is the necessity of a finite universe.
Rob, do you have
right
that?
there?
I do. Okay.
Right there. Let me read it. It says the abstract is, this paper rigorously demonstrates why the universe must be a finite system by employing a wave-based multiplication paradigm, the energy conservation principle, and the fundamental mathematical relation of 1 × 1 = 2. We present mathematical proofs illustrating how finite systems inherently how infinite systems inherently violate energy conservation. Furthermore, we derive equations from wave mechanics to show that the wave reflections and conjugations naturally confine energy within a closed harmonic structure. linking the universe to a hypothetical or hypothesis to observable cosmic wave fronts. Basically,
I think that's what I was describing out before is like the invisibility of a set. So the universe is one. Like his example was 1 times 1 equals 2. But don't see this as an actual thing. See this as the entire universe. That's kind of hard to do, right? Because a set, okay, one set of 1. Okay, let's remove the 1 from the entire set. What do we have? Oh my gosh, we have the entire universe. So is it like you calculate for the entire universe as 1 value and this is 1 in the universe, or like with the cross? You know what I'm saying?
Proving ultimately that an infinite universe is mathematically impossible because of conservation of energy laws. Because if you have an infinite universe, then then there's no such thing as having a finite amount of energy in a particular area. When you get to the small confined spaces, you end up with problems when you have an infinite universe. And that's one of the things I think's been holding people back, but you just said it correctly. The medium is finite. The potential reactions are infinite reactions, but the medium, the space we're in, is a finite space. I would think.
Rob, can we put that through OpenAI? Which, if you wanted us to put one through OpenAI, which would it be?
Either one.
Okay, put that one through OpenAI. See what
and
kind
ask
of
what it says, considering it. The necessity. That's what I love. Let's get a
Do you have it, Rob?
Yep, the necessity. Okay. And what would you like me to ask ChatGPT?
Just ask it to evaluate it. Is it right or wrong?
I wouldn't put my face on ChatGPT's answer.
Well, I couldn't get an evaluation from any of the,
Would you ask Grok? Should we ask Grok? Let's ask Grok. Should I do deep search as well? I'm gonna do think. Okay, let's see. It's thinking. Let me know, Grok. Let me know, Grok. Let us know. Let us know. Let us know. Ooh. You already know it's about to give us a juicy answer. Ooh, it's been thinking. Prevailing scientific theory. The shape of the universe. The question of whether the universe is finite or infinite is one that has puzzled scientists, philosophers, and thinkers for centuries. To address it, we need to consider what we mean by universe, the entirety of all matter and space, energy and time, and examine the evidence and theories we have about its nature. The Big Bang expansion. The prevailing scientific understanding of the universe begins with the Big Bang, an event approximately 13.8 billion years ago when the universe started as a hot, dense state and began expanding. This expansion is ongoing. Can we really confirm that it's a hot, dense state? Because, like, you ever see, like, a light bulb? Like, a light bulb, yeah, it's a hot, dense ball. You touch it, it's a hot, dense ball, but it didn't start out that way. But, okay, whatever. It was constructed, right? Okay. It says the expansion is ongoing as galaxies continue to move farther apart. However, the fact the universe is expanding doesn't immediately tell us that it's finite or infinite. An infinite universe can still expand. For instance, if you imagine an infinite sheet being stretched, it remains infinite, even as the distance within it grows. Thus, we need more clues to determine its size. So, you know what it is? The universe is expanding into an infinite space. The visible light spectrum in which we can see is finite because of what we're seeing and what we're interacting with. But the space that it's expanding into is possibly infinite. And we're in this concentric area of a finite area in which the gravitational waves are bouncing off of the dark matter and the dark expansion. But the infinite universe is expanding into an infinite area. So the universe itself is a bubble expanding into space, but the space is an infinite space. So we shouldn't call it the universe. We should call it the omniverse. The omniverse is infinite. Our universe is finite. One key to answering this question lies in the geometry or shape of the universe, which is described by Einstein's general theory of general relativity. The universe could have one of three possible shapes. A flat universe that has no curvature. It could be infinite in extent. That's not true. Okay. A spherical universe curves in on itself like a three-dimensional version of a shaped surface, and it's finite. A hyperbolic universe has negative curvature, could also be infinite. Yeah, number 2 seems a little bit more promising. Okay. The shape depends on the universe's density, measured by a parameter called omega. If omega equals 1, the universe is flat. If omega is greater than 1, it's spherical. And if omega is less than 1, it's hyperbolic. Interesting. Evidence for the cosmic microwave background. Another piece of evidence from the cosmic microwave background, CMB, the faint radiation left from the Big Bang. The CMB provides a snapshot of the universe when it was 380,000 years old. By studying its pattern, scientists can infer the universe's geometry. The CMB data also supports a flat universe, aligning with the idea that it might be infinite. However, the evidence isn't conclusive. It's inconsistent. It's consistent with infinity, but doesn't rule out a finite universe with a large scale or unusual structure. Observable versus entire universe. It's worth distinguishing between the observable universe and the entire universe. The observable universe, the portion we can see, is finite, limited by distance light traveled to us since the Big Bang, about 39 billion light years in diameter. Due to expansion, however, the question pertains to the entire universe. Beyond what we can observe, the entire universe could extend infinitely beyond its boundary or wrap around in a finite configuration. The Big Crunch, maybe? Can we prove it? Determining whether the universe is truly infinite is challenging. If it's finite, we might expect to see repeating patterns or identical regions far apart, but these would be beyond our observable reach. If it's finite, it might be close in on itself, like a three sphere, without edges or boundaries, yet still have limited volume. Current theory suggests no edges exist, even in an infinite or even in a finite scenario. Unfortunately, we lack direct evidence to confirm either possibility definitely. Theoretical considerations. Some theoretical ideas favor an infinite universe, for example, cosmic inflation, or rapid expansion shortly after the Big Bang. Suggests that the universe could have grown so vast that it's effectively infinite. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. You cannot say it's effectively infinite. Concentric area is a concentric area, no matter who's observing it. Other perspectives question whether infinity is physically possible, arguing that a finite universe avoids certain paradoxes like issues with thermodynamics in an infinite space. Both finite and infinite models are compatible with our best theories, such as general relativity and quantum field theory. So, is the universe infinite or finite? Based on current scientific evidence, particularly the flat geometry suggested by density measurements and CMB, the universe appears to be consistent with being infinite. However, this isn't a definitive proof. It could be finite, so large that it seems infinite to us, or it might have a complex structure we can't see yet. We can't yet detect. Sorry, I'm like thinking about something else as while I'm thinking about this. The honest answer is that we don't know for certain. The prevailing scientific view leans towards an infinite universe, but the question remains open with an ongoing research and a debate seeking to refine our understanding for the universe's true extent. Finite, infinite remains one of the greatest mysteries. A theory I just thought about is the fact that we're in a black hole. You know, I think long before they thought that the earth is flat and they would look across the sea and they'd be like, oh yeah, the earth's flat, right? But as we were able to see that the earth had curvature, we were able to get a glimpse like, oh wait, when the boats go, they don't keep going. Not only this, we've noticed that shadows have a different sort of shadow and a different part of area, right? So the earth has curvature. The earth has a horizon. You know what else has a horizon? Black holes have an event horizon. You know what also has a singularity that expands to infinity, that breaks Einstein's special relativity at the very core root of it? A black hole. So, the infinite density of a black hole may be the cutoff point in which it's finite to where you are in that particular universe. But we may just be sitting in a big ass black hole on the event horizon, watching it expand into another space-time that will eventually go into another black hole and another, and constantly expand into a multiverse of infinite quarks and like stringy areas of just vibrating harmonious strings that are creating more and more universes quantumly as we just live right through this event horizon that doesn't destroy matter, and it creates the conservation of energy. I mean, that would make sense, right? I mean, why would the Big Bang be a big ass hot dense ball that just exploded? Nobody was pushing that shit. Nobody was pushing that shit. Nobody was pushing. That would mean that the universe is constantly expanding and it's just creating and pushing shit constantly. That don't even make sense. No force can act upon another force until it's acted upon. There has to be some there's two theories I'm thinking. There's either a finely tuned universe that a creator made, and all we're seeing is just the visible light. They just turned the light on, but all the shit was already here. The galaxies are way older than they're trying to assume the galaxies are. The galaxies are already here. We're just seeing the light touch the galaxies, so now we can see them. Or it's expanding and somehow someone exploded the universe to explode it. I mean, does that really even make sense? Come on. The shit was already here. That's why the galaxies are already old as shit. They're trying to calculate these galaxies. They don't even know the true age of them because they were already here. And all we're seeing is the age. I think that the universe may be so old, you possibly can't even calculate how old it is. It may be like infinitely old or some shit. Like it may be so old, you can't even calculate how old it is. You know what I mean? Like trying to reduce it down to 13 billion years. Are you for real? I don't know about that. I don't know. 13 billion years. Like that would mean that there was nothing beforehand. You mean to tell me nothing came from nothing? Be for real. Be for real. You're trying to tell me nothing came from nothing. Nothing implies that nothing was a thing. Be for real, bro. Come on, bro. Come on.
Authorities out there. All the universities.
All God did was turn the light on for us. He just turned the light on for us. That's all he did.
Here we go. After evaluating the document, necessity of finding a universe, a wave-based mathematical, here's a breakdown. Interesting idea presented. The paper introduced a wave-based mathematical framework to argue the universe must be finite. It builds on linchpin geometry, tetrahedron shapes, and Howard Coma ideas largely associated with tensoriality. Uses concepts like wave reflection, standing waves, and energy quantization to support those claims. Critical issue, scientific inconsistencies, core mathematical flaw, 1 times 1 equals 2. This claim contradicts fundamental arithmetic and is not accepted in any legitimate mathematical system.
See, the thing is, he's talking about a whole new math, so you can't really argue it, but it's not even you can't empirically test it. So it's not even like it's double wrong because you can't test it. And it's not even in the criteria of the math that we're talking about. We're talking about our original math, 1 + 1 is 2, basic math. But his math is, he's supposed to be coming up with his own thing. So like guessing, like that's like you're going up to a cat asking it, does it know what food is? Of course it doesn't know what food is. It's not in its criteria of stuff. Like, it knows what food is, but we only know our interpretation of what food is. Fucking cats could call it fucking meow meow. To a cat, it's meow meow, but to what's its food?
Multiplication is defined such as 1 times 1 equals 1. Redefining this without rigorously peer-reviewed mathematical framework makes the rest of the paper logic untenable. 2, unverified concept. Terms like Howard Coma, tetrahedron shapes, linchpin geometry are not recognized in mainstream mathematical or physics. These concepts do not appear in peer-reviewed journals. Misapplication of physical laws. The paper refers to wave mechanics, conservation of energy, and quantum equations, but applies them in non-standard or speculative ways. For example, replacing Planck's constant with Howard's Coma constant is unsubstantiated and lacks empirical validation. And last but not least, citation issues. The reference include real scientists Einstein, Planck, alongside fictional or pseudoscientific collaborators Howard, Seeley, Yee et al. Yeah, et al. There's no known peer-reviewed body of work by these authors. Verdict, not scientifically valid.
That's what they would say. Now, if you put in, that's why the stuff that I sent you, I wanted to you have to put in the curvilinear thing into AI so it has the full basis.
Okay, so you see with the AI, right? The AI literally just said, It basically said none of it makes sense because none of it's been proven. But how useful is that? That's a piece of shit AI. It didn't even attempt to try to like figure nothing out. It's just pre-script stuff. Like it's somebody else's interpretation. So it's like, I mean, what the fuck? You gotta try it. You gotta figure out how to try it, how to test it empirically. And then you can come up to us and be like, boom, you gotta do the math equation for us. And like he's the guy. He's the guy. He needs to be telling us the math and telling us what's the dealio. Cause I mean, like, we can't just be like, yeah, we believe you, and you haven't even tested it.
In which to evaluate it.
Like if I was him, if I had this and I thought I was the most right, nigga, I would come with the math. I would come with the stuff I would come with it. I've already tested all of it. You can't even tell me because I already tested it, and I'm gonna show you it right now. That's how science works. A repeatable result. We need repetition. There's no repetition. It's always gonna get tossed out. Even if I'm as open-minded as possible. I want the best. I want to see him win. I want to see it. But I mean, come on.
Because one of the things that the computers or the AI has been lacking, it's found.
Now, some of his stuff has like a validity to it, but I think there's a bit of lack of understanding. Like with spin, there's a lot.
Foundation is.
But like the guy said with the electron, he was cooking with that. He definitely was cooking.
All based off of the Cartesian space, off the 1 × 1 = 1, off of a redundancy inside of a system, instead of matching it to a universal conformed system. So if you add in to that, let me see.
Doctor, your question for you: Do you, from working with NASA, the government, how often do you guys use? Whether it's for papers, credibility, things that you question, how often do you guys use Grok or OpenAI ChatGPT?
We are not allowed.
You're not allowed.
I believe it's in use reliability in the integrity of them. Use this third, use this commercial software that's not really vested. Is the accuracy, and so I believe we have to write exactly. Use our own research.
Wow. So academia, scientists, the establishment side, you guys don't touch OpenAI.
Let me rephrase this one.
Not OpenAI. They have their own AI.
Initially, we are not even allowed to install ChatGPT on our government computer.
Really?
Yes. But however...
Why though? Why? What's the reasoning? Is it because they want you to do the work of what it's doing? Or
because ChatGPT is based on the majority opinion. It's not really give you scientific results. It's only based on somebody's results cited. It does not create, so far, it does not create anything new, in terms of solving the mystery in physics. It cannot do that.
Can you ask him to please upload?
You ask it and it's like, well, we don't know. Okay.
Load all of the papers that I sent to you into the AI.
It's like after you'll be like, well, what do you think? We don't know.
So it'll have more than just that one paper.
Rob, could you do that?
I can do that. It only allows you to upload 10 at a time. That's the biggest problem. So
yeah, it's only like 10. How many we got there? Like 10 that we gave you?
I think you're more than 10.
Yeah, I'm at about 21 different documents.
Oh,
it's fine. Just
nigga said them 21 documents, bro. What the fuck?
do 10 at a time twice.
21 documents? He like, nigga, I'm overloaded, boy. You better chill out. Like, but they need to like, if they're actually gonna test it, bro, I swear they need to just sit down with him one day, just sit down and he needs to be like it needs to be like, I don't know, like he goes on JRE again or something. or whatever the case. He goes on. He brings all his math. He brings all his shapes. He brings every single thing he needs. There should be no mishaps. All his documents, and we sit there for a good juicer. What was the last time with JRE? I think last time with JRE was 4 hours with Eric Weinstein or whatever. 4 hours. Or however long it needs to be. No, and but no time frame. There's no incentivized for money. No time frame. Sit, talk to him for however long he needs. Whatever he needs, do it and just test it and see if it works. Whatever he believes, try it. Whether he got to test his fucking linchpin, whether he got to show you how he did the actual Saturn rebuild, whether he got to actually, now he needs to show us how he stabilizes the 3-body problem in some simulator. If he can, and we can verify that it's legitimate, I think that's good biz, no? If he can show us the math and show us that it comes to a stabilized like equation at the end, or the equation comes to a stabilized like axiom, or whatever the case may be, then we could be like, oh, okay. But until then, everyone's going to write him off. They're going to call him crazy. They're going to call him crackpot. It is what it is.
Just let me finish your thoughts.
Yeah.
But
kids in my mentions telling me I don't know shit about, like, ooh, I was so mad, bro. This bitch ass nigga talking about what he said, bitch ass. This fuck nigga on my mentions. What did bitch ass say? I'm on your ass, boy. Don't never come for me. You're trying to. Bitch, that nigga said. Right off the bat, your description of 3-body goes off the rails. Fucking oh. It has nothing to do with collision grade. It doesn't matter if we put you. Like, I just, I hate, this fucker just got me so heated for no reason. Why does he think he's entitled to tell me that what I just said was wrong? Oh man, don't get me started. Don't get me started. When you go to it, you know what I'm saying. Everybody knows what I'm saying. Solve for 3 things moving in space, basically, right? So calculating something that's connected, or the distance between one object and another, it's very simple, because it's literally just, it's most of the time, you're going to use special relativity, right? And or, if not, right, you're going to use Isaac Newton's classic Newtonian physics, which is just going to be your basic maneuver or movement. Once you get to like faster, complex, quicker movements, that's, see that? I'm now expanding. I'm expanding. So when Einstein's special relativity comes in, so that's how we know things in nature have like a particular capacity. And then I start to expand on why special relativity and classic Newtonian physics are differentiated, because they're basic simple calculuses, or they are a calculus. They're like a similar form of it. But once you get to astronomical numbers, bigger things, then it changes to special relativity, because classic Newtonian physics was only measuring shit like a horse and buggy, like slow shit on Earth. But once we got to space and we started dealing with fucking neutron stars and dense fucking black holes, then special relativity comes in and he says, oh, I got you. He like Isaac Newton's Dennis Rodman and Einstein's Michael Jordan. He tossed that layup for the ultra slam dunk. You know what I'm saying? And this bitch ass fuckers in my mentions telling me that I don't know. That's about to get mad tight. Change, right? So like in terms of like the speed of just matter in general, or like the move. And I was explaining that in special relativity, since in special relativity, once you get to certain numbers or certain areas, it changes your results change and your Isaac Newton equations blow up. This is the same thing with objects in space. So when an object collides with another object, it creates an isotropic explosion, which is an omnidirectional spherical crater created, which is more common on the moon. It's more common on the moon. When it explodes in all directions. Okay? I'm aware I'm not describing the three-body solution, problem, whatever the crust it is. Mr. fucking nerd, Mr. Chris Mofer, well, this mofucker better shut the fucker upper. Or something like that. When objects move in space, especially like craters and stuff, when they hit the moon or they hit surfaces, we know that there's a particular speed in which once they smack the surface, it hits a omnidirectional crater, which creates an isotropic explosion. So we know that there's a particular speed in which things can move, and their movement can change the reaction. But it's not just like oh, it just want to it can completely disorient something based on its speed, right? Speed is like pretty wicked. Distance, right? So now think about it like this: if we weren't dealing with super complex, like a super complex system, right? And we were just dealing with slow shit on Earth or slow shit in space, the difference would change if the speed was quicker in the three-body solution, three-body problem. The faster the movement would be, the different the jerk of the speed of the predictability of the thing, right? So this fucker, who's a reboot, is not even able to even understand the distinguishability between faster speeds and slower speeds. What a retard. Get out of my mentions.
We after a year or two, and then we do have a new lead technologist do mention about it, give us a training on use AI to write to improve some writing. So I believe now, so we do allow to use casually, but not inside scientific writing or something. I believe it still has some restrictions.
Amen. I've been
so eBay said they don't use AI. They don't use the shitty, I'm not gonna say shitty, but Grok is definitely tailored towards. It doesn't spit an opinion that can expand. It doesn't spit an opinion that can infer. It's not on the fly. It doesn't face adversity. It's just spewing the thing that it's seeing on the internet and searching and then spewing that back out as a response, which is not intuitive. It's not innovative. It's just a blanket response that honestly you could just Google.
Yeah, all of the stuff that we've been doing, the reason that we were forced to go to the AI route was, like I said, I brought all of the wave conjugations, I brought them to the actual geometry to people like Eric Weinstein, and they did nothing with it. Instead of evaluating it, I thought he would share it among his friends and talk about it. No, they just set it there, even though it was 4 grand super symmetrical systems.
Let me ask a question from you, Dr. Yu. Because the argument was made that peer review, you're not a peer to review it, you're not a qualified peer to review. Is that how it's seen in your world? Where peer review is another person that's a qualified doctor, schooling, and they've done the right thing to look there.
That's.
You haven't spent 8 to 6 years or 4 to 6 years getting your bachelor's, master's degree, so anything you say doesn't make sense. That's basically what peer review means. It basically says, if you didn't go to a prestige college, you're an idiot. It's literally, and that right there is if you believe that, then how the fuck are you a college graduate? That nigga's got to be the idiot. You don't think a nigga without a PhD can think? You don't need thinking is free. Thinking is free. You don't need a peer review. It is retarded. You need to test and prove if it's right. That's all.
It's the common practice in established physics community.
The rest of it
I believe
bullshit.
This is a gatekeeper to silence, to squash, to suppress.
Really?
Different opinion. Yes.
Yeah, they use it to silence people, and that's just these niggas don't even want to get to the real answer. They don't want to get to the real answer for real. They just want to be there to be like, yeah, I'm smart. I have a PhD in mathematical physics. I got my thermodynamic thermonuclear astrophysics degree. Look at me. I'm smart. I'm cool. I'm better than all of you because I got it. Great. I grew up in a privileged area where I got fucking prestige college credits or whatever the fuck. It's like, bro, nobody gives a fuck about that shit. If you genuinely think that is the case, you're a retard compared to me. You're a retard to me. And it's also like, I can understand what they're getting at, but damn, my headphone wasn't charging the whole time. Oh, it's over. Yeah, I gotta end. GG's. Because my headphone just died. I thought my headphone was charging. What? It said it was charging. No, bro. I thought it was charging the whole time. Damn. See, I was about to go for another hour, bro. GG's, man. Alright, bro. So sad we gotta end. I wasn't supposed to go to the song, to be honest. I really wasn't. But I got hooked into physics. Everybody knows I'm interested in physics. It's always been an interest of mine. What if he fell into a black hole? Cleo Abram. Hey, it's Cleo Abram, guys. Near deGrasse Tyson went to Antarctica. That's neat. Einstein's three-body solution. Should I start an educational channel? Oh, nah. Yeah, it's over if I start an educational channel, I ain't gonna lie. I would lose my mind doing educational content. I would lose my mind.
Now, going back...
Genuinely. I would go insane. Oh, I could never do it. Like, I need to yap about bullshit. It's in me, you know what I mean? It's in my blood. In my blood. Huh. I don't even know what to end with, honestly. Like, I don't really hear any good music nowadays. I don't know. Is that just me or what? Am I just too hard body or what?
What is this?
I wear it all. Oh yeah, I wear it all. Alright, well, in good tribute to Sabrina Carpenter, okay? We're gonna end with that good old Bad Kim, you know what I'm saying? That good old Bad Kim. So, to all those who's tapped in, okay? Let me talk about whatever the fuck.
I was in a sheer dress the day that we met. We were both in a rush. We talked for a sec. You friended me up so we could connect. And what are the odds? You sent me a text, and now the next thing I know, I'm like, manifest. That's your oversized. I digress. Got me scrolling like out of breath. Got me going like. Who's the cute boy with the white jacket and the thick accent? Maybe it's all mine.
And you probably can't hear me. Okay. With that being said, team, already know the video. It's boy. It's all the GABT. And I'll see you when you're older. Peace.
Are you free next week? I bet we'd have really good. Come right on me. I mean camaraderie. Said you're not in my time zone, but you wanna be. Where art thou? Why not upon me? See it in my mind, let's fulfill the prophecy. Who's the cute guy with the white blue eyes and the big bad I know it sound a bit redundant, but I bet we'd have really good Cam. How you pick me up, pull it down, tell me around, no it just makes sense. you talk so sweet when you're doing bad things, that's bad. How you looking at me? I know what that means, and I'm obsessed. Are you free next week? I bet we'd have really good. And I bet we'd both arrive at the same time. And I bet the thermostat set at 6'9". And I bet it's even better than in my head. How you pick me up, pull it down, tell me wrong, no, it just makes sense. How you talk so sweet when you're doing bad things, that's bad.